session. We finished our executive session with no action to report. And to start our meeting, we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by our ex officio student member. This is a smoke-free and vape-free school district. Smoking and vaping is not permitted in the building or anywhere in school grounds. This is a hate-free and bully-free school district. Let me also say, this is a business meeting of the Board of Education with the superintendent and any administration that is included. It is not a meeting with the public. The meeting is held in public so that the public can observe the meeting. That being said, any posters are not permitted in the meeting and they need to be put down on the floor in order for us to proceed. They need to be turned over because the work, no, you will not be interfering with the conduct of the meeting. Turn it down.
It says step down, Santana.
Okay.
Yeah.
The conduct of business, I will have to stop the meeting in order for the public to get under control. I believe I have now to board consent agenda.
Thank you, President Hayes. The administration recommends approval of board consent items reflected in Schedule C1 and C2.
Is there a motion to approve items C1 and C2? A motion by Trustee Ross, second by Trustee Felicetta. Questions or discussion? Yes?
Question on the motion on C2. Could we have either the business official or the attorney explain C2?
We'll have Mr. Belmonte explain C2.
Counsel? Who's going to take it? So I was advised it's bond counsel, so the business official should take it?
Yep.
Well, we started out with this resolution for $12 million, and now I see it escalated to $12 million, now it's $15 million. Could you take a microphone, please? It's a lengthy resolution, so.
That will be part of the presentation later by the business office.
Well, we're voting on it now.
But what the resolution does, it effectively, as we look at our fiscal recovery plan, and we're looking at the multiple years and working with bond counsel, we wanted to extend the borrowing from 12 million to 15 million to ensure that the district has sufficient revenues to cover whatever shortfalls may be there for the next 2 years. In addition to, it changes the date from June 30th of 26 to June 30th, 27. And those are the only two changes in that resolution from the last time.
So in your opinion, the likelihood of us having the ability to pay it back is good?
Yes, the district would have to pay it back, and it would have to become part of your future budgets when the borrowing actually takes place.
In your professional opinion, otherwise it wouldn't be before us.
I'm sorry, I didn't-
In your professional opinion, otherwise it wouldn't be before us.
that is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Belmonte, if I could ask two follow-ups. This, as the other resolution, does not say that we are borrowing that amount. It authorizes us the ability to do so.
Yes, as the district is working not only on the current fiscal year, but also on the 26-27, we are making cost reductions as we go along. And when the need comes to borrow, we will borrow what's needed for that particular year. I can say that at this point in time, for the 25-26 year, most of our projections are in, and we have a cumulative deficit of about 8.1 million. So we do need that, that latitude as we navigate this in going forward. But to your point, yes, we will only be borrowing what we need. This is just the authority to give us the runway, if you will, to borrow up to that amount of money. We cannot exceed that money. And more importantly, even though the board passes this resolution, if the state does not pass the special act legislation, we have nothing to borrow.
And in the event that we do borrow, the resolution also requires it to be paid back no later than 2031 year, correct?
Usually those type of borrowings can go out up to 10 to 15 years, but the district is looking at a very shorter payback period.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, all in favor? It's unanimously approved. Now we have superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Begin, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this again, but I want to begin by acknowledging the very real toll that these decisions are having on so many people across our community, our students, our staff, our families. Everyone is feeling it in different ways. I hear the frustration, the anger, the sadness, and while it's not always easy to hear, much of it is grounded in truth. I want you to know that I respect that and that I carry that with me to work every single day. I also want to take a moment to recognize our students, their advocacy, their voices, and their willingness to stand up for what they believe. That speaks volumes about who they are and what this district has helped shape them, in them. We should be proud of that. At the same time, it's our responsibility as a district to ensure that advocacy happens in a way that's safe, respectful, and aligns with our code of conduct. We can and we must hold space for student voices while also maintaining a safe and orderly environment for everyone. And I want to thank our student council and our students for adhering to that and to providing their advocacy in a respectful manner. Your voices were heard. What I want to present to you, what these slides represent, are not a set of choices we want to make. It's a set of decisions that we have to make. As outlined here, we're working to eliminate a significant operating deficit and stabilize the district's financial position in a way that's both responsible and sustainable. That means making decisions now to reduce our reliance on deficit financing, because continuing down that path only increases long-term financial risk and puts future budgets and future students at greater risk. We're also being very intentional about minimizing future debt obligations. Every dollar that goes toward debt repayment is a dollar that is not going to our classrooms. Our goal is to protect the student experience as much as possible, and that means keeping our resources where they matter most. At the same time, we have to confront the reality of declining enrollment, Right-sizing the district is not about reducing opportunity, it's about aligning our staffing and resources with the number of students we serve, while maintaining the integrity of our programs. And finally on this slide, we can't ignore the continued rise in costs in key areas like special education, employee health care, and transportation. These are not optional expenses, they're necessary, and they continue to grow at a rate that outpaces our revenue. None of this is easy, but it is, again, necessary. But ultimately, the work is about protecting long-term stability of the district and preserving the experiences our students rely on every single day. It cannot be emphasized. Thank you. Thank you. It cannot be emphasized enough that we acknowledge again the human impact of what we're discussing. These are not just numbers or positions, these are people, relationships, contributions that have shaped the district for years. We value our teachers, we value the work they do every single day, the connections they build with students, and the stability they provide in our classrooms. This has not been lost in any of these decisions, and it will never be. At the same time, as reflected in this slide, our responsibility is not only to restore the financial stability of the district, but to do so while preserving our academic programs to the greatest extent possible, and that is the mission driving this work. I want to be clear. What is being proposed is not about dismantling what we offer students. Even with the reductions in front of us, we're maintaining our core academic programs, continuing to offer meaningful extracurricular opportunities, and ensuring that students will still have choice in their educational experience. Class size will remain within reasonable range, and that is intentional. Because the goal is not just to balance the budget, it's to get the district financially stable while protecting the student experience. It's also important to understand what happens if we don't take action. As outlined on this slide, the alternatives are far more severe. A contingency budget or potential receivership will result in significant deeper cuts, loss of programs, athletics, extracurricular activities, and far more substantial staffing reductions. Those are not hypothetical outcomes. They are real consequences, and they would have a far greater impact on our students and this community than the decisions we're proposing tonight. Finally, it's important to understand that this is not solely about staff reductions. We're looking at this work comprehensively. That includes an examining of our administrative structures and identifying additional reductions or realignments where appropriate, but doing so carefully in a way that does not jeopardize the district's ability to function effectively, meet legal requirements, or support our schools, including preserving the gains we've made academically. In addition, we're exploring other areas of potential reductions and efficiencies, including consolidating transportation where possible, reducing some extracurricular activities while still preserving student choice, being thoughtful of how we fund field trips, and reducing the discretionary spending wherever we can. It's important to note that approximately only 18% of our overall budget is discretionary, with only 5 to 8% truly adjustable. This is about making responsible, balanced decisions, not reactive ones. And all of this is a part of a broader fiscal recovery plan. At a high level, that plan is focused on stabilizing the district through a multi-year approach, responsibly managing the deficit, improving cash flow so that we're less reliant on short-term borrowing, and continuing to advocate for additional state support. I want to take a moment to express my appreciation to our partners at the state level, Senator Murray, Senator Mayer, Assemblyman DeStefano, Assemblywoman Casey, the Governor's Office, the State Education Department, Commissioner Betty Rosa, the Comptroller's Office, and NYSET for their engagement, their guidance, and their continued support as we work through this process. At the same time, we're implementing internal measures, reducing expenditures, increasing efficiencies, and strengthening long-term financial planning so that we're not in this position again. When you look at this slide, it represents more than just reductions. It represents a deliberate effort to restore stability while protecting what matters most: our classrooms, our programs, and ultimately our students. I want to finally take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to so many people who have shown up during this incredibly challenging time, to our entire staff. Thank you for the work you do every day to support our students. It does not go unnoticed. To our students and community members, I appreciate your advocacy and your willingness to use your voice. To our Board of Education, I recognize the weight of the decisions before you and the incredibly difficult position you're in. To my cabinet, I want to thank you for the countless hours of thoughtful, steady work as we navigate this together. And finally, to Mr. Belmonte, who's come to our community and dedicated an extraordinary amount of time and effort to help us develop a corrective action plan focused on preserving all that we value in this district and community. None of this is easy, but it is necessary. And it's being done with a clear focus on preserving the future of the district. Those conclude my statements. And I'd be remiss, not because I take for granted the seriousness of what we're talking about, but to share, again, some of the great things our students do. Not to deflect, but to celebrate our students, our athletes, our staff members that provided a great college career fair at the high school, a STEM night at Brookhaven Elementary School, our culinary students who did their thing to provide nourishment for all of our college reps and career reps, our robotics club at the middle school, our first responders who came to CRITS to help educate our students about first responders and their responsibilities, our jazz band who took a trip up to Albany and represented our district well, all the students who performed at Skamia Division 3 competitions, Belport Middle School for the wonderful curriculum fair they hosted, and of course all of our student athletes who are starting to begin engaging in spring sports. And I want to give you all a shout out, and all the staff members that helped these things happen, and why these are all the things we're trying to preserve. And finally, I want to say that coming soon, we are going to hold 3 additional budget forums. These are opportunities for the public to come in and ask questions. The first of which will be held soon after our workshop meeting on April 1st. That's this coming Wednesday. April 15th, which is a week before the budget is presented in its final form to the Board of Education. April 29th, after the budget is adopted, and we'll be announcing additional roadshows as time progresses. I also want to say that please encourage our community members to come out and see Moana at the middle school this coming weekend. I'm looking forward to that. And again, not to make light of the situation, but I have to give a shout out to Principal Clark, who will be the Grand Marshal at the St. Patrick's Day Parade. This coming Saturday, please come by. The parade starts at 11. It's going to be a great time celebrating Irish culture and celebrating a fantastic principal in Principal Clark. Again, you can keep in touch with everything that's been happening by visiting our website, selecting the menu, selecting our district link, and our financial information and updates are all posted there. All of our budget presentations are posted there. And I want to thank the Board of Education for the continued commitment to the South Country community. Thank you.
Hello, point of order here that the public will not be speaking to anyone at this table unless they've got a card and are making comments during the public commentary. I will remind you that any out of order will be reprimanded. It may require stopping the meeting in order for us to proceed. I assume I will not have to be making this statement again.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. I don't really have much to say today right now in regards to what's going on. I do want to just acknowledge the STEM night. I did have a chance to go down to Brookhaven Elementary. Again, a great job. Teachers keep showing up. Another amazing event that my children had a chance to attend. well received and another opportunity for you guys to do what you're doing and showing up every day. So I thank you again for that event. And we have a couple more. I'm excited for the hopefully Moana show coming up as well. So pass it on.
I guess the one incident, or the one event that drew my attention over the last couple of weeks was the student walkout. As I said on some public social media postings, I'm not taking a public position about good, bad, or ugly. I commend the students for speaking out. One of the students said to me, sort of apologized to me about what they were going to say tonight. Do not apologize for what you believe. Stand up. I also tell you, be prepared to have to convince people in this room, one person at a time. Just because someone says no doesn't mean you're wrong. Keep going.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, I attended the STEM fair at Brookhaven Elementary this week, and I was really so proud of the teachers in the room, those teachers who knew they were on the access list, who were still there, showed up with a smile on their face, entertaining their children, and really, really making us proud. I was so proud of you. I can't say enough of just how professional you were in spite of all the odds. And I want you to know that it didn't go unnoticed. I also were proud of the parents in the room who came up to me to speak to me about the situation in our community and how freely they spoke of their feelings with the school district and what they felt and how strongly they supported you, the teachers. You have a lot of support out there, and I want you to know that. They were overwhelmed with just how well you do your job and how safe they feel with you and their children in those classrooms. And it was a great event. Everything that happens at Brookhaven is a great event. And that room, that gymnasium was no exception that night. So hats off to everybody who was in that room that night. I also want to speak to the fact that those people who are reaching out to us, either with phone calls or letters, there was one letter in particular that came to the Board of Education of a teacher who knows her job is on the chopping block and wrote to us not on her behalf, but on behalf of the program that she is a part of. And I was just so proud of that she never once spoke about the trials and tribulations of her devastation if she were to lose her job, but the devastating effects that it will have on the students, on the program, and overall to the devastation that it'll have in the district. And I hope that her advocacy is heard. I also want to speak to the 32 members who were waiting to see if the list was going to appear after the unfortunate way that you were pulled out of your classrooms when you were given the access list. A number of parents called me upset because their children came home upset over watching how you were given those access letters. And while the board has no control over how management does give you that information, we shared in feeling upset on how it was done. And so when the list finally came out, that personnel list finally came out last night, with those 32 names on it, and then this morning it was pulled off, many people had false hope that they thought something had happened and maybe there was good news. And I apologize for those who got mixed messages. And I don't know that it's good news or not, but I know that there are members on the board who are trying their darndest to offer alternatives to try to demonstrate that there's going to be shared pain. And I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen management come back to say, okay, we're going to look to clean our own house as well. I can tell you that people have been reaching out to me, teachers, staff members have been reaching out to say, here's a place that perhaps we could institute an efficiency. Here's another place that is underutilized. Maybe we can look at an efficiency here. And so I'm sending those suggestions off to the board president and to the superintendent. And I hope those suggestions are going to be heard. And will there be disagreements on the board? Yeah, there will be. Because not all of them are palatable, and not all of them are going to be tasteful. But we have to look at everything. And I'm disappointed that even tonight, those of you here who were prepared and ready to look for other jobs, maybe you don't know what to do now. And I apologize to you and to your labor organization that you don't know where to go. So we'll get there. I hope we'll get there. But it's reminiscent of this personnel list is reminiscent, and the administration of trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. That we can't get a definitive answer until we get the definitive answer. And I'm sorry that it's taking so long. So for tonight, and especially since I didn't vote for when it happened, and the raises that happened in May of 2025 were given out before they were verified if we had the money, and we didn't. I'm calling at a minimum that they get rolled back.
Good evening. I just quickly want to commend the students and community members who are here today. Your advocacy is important. It's why I'm here and the reason why I even wanted to be here in the first place, and that's not lost on me. With that being said, I also wanted to clarify something important, and it's something that we talked about as a board tonight, that this is not a budget presentation, a final budget presentation. It is a budget presentation. The administration is continuing to review the budget carefully and is working with the board to take the community feedback and really take it into consideration. I've spoken with many of you, and I thank you for that, and I encourage you to keep giving your input. It's important. It's an ongoing process, and your input and your voice matters. We're committed to making these discussions happen so that we can thoughtfully evaluate these decisions ahead. Thank you very much.
Good evening. As the student ex officio representative, I'm speaking tonight not just as a representative, but as a student who is seeing the effects of the decisions that are being made. Usually this time of year, seniors are talking about lighthearted things like prom dress colors and our plans for the summer, but instead we are talking about budget cuts, the loss of our favorite teachers, and what our district will look like after we leave it. From my point of view, there is a real sense of fear and uncertainty from our students in our school. Students are worried about losing teachers that have shaped them to who we are, and classes and programs that inspired them and gave them a reason to come to school every day. Sitting here tonight, I can see many of my teachers in the room who have shaped me into who I am today, ones that have challenged me, supported me, and always believed in me. It's hard to put into words what it feels like knowing that people who have such a lasting impact on students' lives could be affected by these decisions. For many students, school is more than academics. It's an outlet to find our passions and a sense of belonging. For some, it's a safe place where they know they can feel loved and cared for. I know this personally. Throughout my time in the South Country Central School District, I've been involved in sports, student government, theater, and many different clubs that help me figure out who I am and where I see myself in the future. Without the opportunities granted to me, I wouldn't be the same person I am today. Students have not stayed quiet about their feelings lately. The action of the walkout shows civic engagement that our teachers have instilled inside of us. We have been taught how to speak up for ourselves and partake in our community. This is not about defiance, it's about care. Care for our education, our teachers, and the future of our district. I know these decisions do not come easy, but I please ask to keep the students in mind when making them. Every student deserves the same opportunities that shaped me. I found out who I am through the love and support these programs and teachers have shown in our district. Please make sure future students don't lose these opportunities as well. Thank you.
Tonight we're following our regular protocol and our business meeting agendas, and it's going to include regular order with regard to public commentary. We're following our regular protocol for our business meetings. And, but I want to point out that we individually and as a board hear you. We hear you by hearing you talk to us. We hear you by letters that have been written to us. And when I say we hear you, I mean teachers, students, taxpayers, and community members. Particularly with regard to the students, I want to comment about the student protest in support of the education that they're receiving at South Country. And I think it's a testament to the civics education that is availed to all of our students, particularly at the high school. So I commend them for that. We know that everybody in this room and everybody in the community has questions, and the board has questions too. And our questions will be answered as the budget process continues. This is only the beginning of it. It's an unfortunate and gut-wrenching situation to have to deal with, and in particular when we're talking about staff members who have mattered very much to our education community. So, as the budget process continues, our superintendent is charged with providing the information that we need to move forward. And we intend to move forward to eliminate that deficit, to determine the right sizing of staffing, to preserve programs for students, to plan for the needs of our students and the use of our buildings in the future, and throughout this, to be mindful of our taxpayers, especially in this year when the tax cap is 6.51%, and that is completely without regard to the deficit situation that we're in. This is a result solely of the 8-point New York State formula that must be applied each year for each individual school district. These are hard decisions to be made in order to accomplish these goals. There will be an opportunity for you to ask questions at the upcoming public forum on April 1, which will take place immediately following our business meeting. And you may also submit a written question to the district's frequently asked questions site.
Well, you don't answer them.
I have made at least 3 comments about outbursts, and they will have to
Be
stop.
truthful and I won't speak out.
You need to stop.
Be honest.
Just quickly, there is a link to submit budget questions. 2 questions have been submitted and they've been answered in FAQ.
You did not answer my question about ING has IMG ever done a school district audit in New York City? And when I went to the controller, their answer was no. But you can't put that on the website because you told me at a budget advisory committee you don't know either. So stop lying to a room full of people, many of whom are losing their jobs.
Yes, sir!
The question was whether or not.
Talking to the microphone!
Yeah, so the board, basically IMG was commissioned by the school board and not by the school administration, so I'm literally unable to answer the question. It's also not a budget question.
Of course it is.
So all of our budget questions have been answered in an FAQ, with the exception of the scope of IMG's work in the past.
Financial
I'm not asking.
I asked the question.
I'm not asking you. This meeting isn't for you. There's other people here who want to hear the conversation.
You're asking my question.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Superintendent Reddit. If he says it wrong, then you can chime in. This ain't nothing gets done because you don't stop talking.
He's saying a lot of things wrong.
You weren't here last time, you shouldn't chime in at all. You
The
were.
question, I believe, was whether or not IMG, the forensic auditing firm, has engaged in financial audit of school districts
In New York City.
in New York City.
IMG was commissioned by this very district within the last 5 years.
He's very quiet.
Does that answer the question?
To do a financial forensic audit.
They audited a specific issue. If that's, I don't know what your question was. I'm trying to answer as best I can. I don't know if they've done a top-down front before. I don't know the answer to that. But if your question is, has IMG ever done any work in the school district? The answer is yes, because they have done it in this district, which is why they installed.
So that would have been 2 seconds to put on that.
I just answered it for you. Can we move on now?
Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you.
Now we're going to public commentary.
Before you get started, this point of personal privilege is freezing out there. We have maintenance raised Point well taken.
Regularly scheduled The regularly scheduled South Country Central School District Board of Education meetings are listed on the district's calendar and usually held on the first and third Wednesdays of the month. The board encourages comments on agenda and non-agenda items alike, but sets certain guidelines for that discussion. A school community member who wishes to speak must complete a comment card found with our clerk and given to the clerk. Comments for each speaker are limited to 3 minutes. There will be no sharing of minutes. Public sessions are limited to 30 minutes and continue as long as they're conducted in an orderly fashion. All questions must be directed to the Board of Education and be relevant to school district matters. Comments from the audience on any agenda item will be heard after the communication and announcement section, which we just completed. Comments from the audience on any non-agenda item will be heard after all board agenda items are completed. The board may recognize a speaker for no more than twice on the same topic, and neither the Board of Education nor the superintendent will entertain in public comments relating to a personnel matter, or individual students. Please be aware that both staff and student privacy are protected under the law. If you have a personnel concern or an issue regarding a staff member or student, please contact the superintendent at schools at 631-730-1500. I anticipate that we have more speakers than can be accommodated in the first half hour or even in the second half hour. And I anticipate that there will be a motion by a board member to enlarge the time on the second half hour. But I would like to start by taking out of order the cards for any student speaker. And if I could ask them, I'm going to remind you this is not an audience participation meeting. I'm asking the students who gave cards, could you come sit in the front row so we can have you step up? Student speaker, I want to reiterate that after our next meeting, April 1, there will be a community forum so that questions can be asked by community members.
That's Passover.
Now, I'm asking you to please stop the outburst so that we can continue.
She's telling you it's a holy holiday. It's a holy
Let her
holiday.
finish the question.
April 1st is Passover. That's not okay. It's like having it on Christmas. Yes.
No, that's good.
Right. There's first, 15, and 29.
It has to be accessible to the entire public. And if it's not okay, or the Passover night is not accessible. No. It's like federal law.
We will consider that.
Thank you. That's federal law.
Thank you for the comment. All right, we've got our students. I'm not sure which card applies to each of you.
Madam President, just point of order.
Yes.
I have, given those students that are in front of us, and given that the limitations as we've discussed, I'd have an application at this time for the student questions to expand the time, which is available to them beyond the 30 minutes, so that those students who are present may offer their voice.
To modify that for the students. I think I see nods up and down the table. Yes. So, if
No to Passover.
who wants to start? I'm going to do it. All right. Please, if you would like to start, you can go to the microphone so that we can hear you.
Good evening, South Country Community Board of Education. My name is Nora Phillips Adams, and I am a third grade student at Brookhaven Elementary School. I am here to talk about my experience at Brookhaven and what my teachers mean to me. In kindergarten, Miss Strings helped me build my love for school and always made me feel important. In first grade, Miss Wiggins helped me grow my love for reading and I even made it into her tie she wore. In second grade, I was lucky to have two teachers, Miss Laura and Mason. They always worked together to make us feel special and always helped us when we faced challenges. Now I'm in third grade and my teacher is Miss Carabas. She is smart and funny and makes coming to school the best part of my day. She creates a classroom where we are encouraged to do our best, and most importantly, she gives us candy while we were not going to eat. And for the teachers of all hardworking South Country teachers, I just want to say thank you for doing it. And I am a second grade student at Brookhaven Elementary School. I want to talk to my future teachers in South Country School District. My dad always tells us amazing stories about his teachers when he was a Clipper. And I can't wait to have those same kinds of experiences. He also tells us about fun times at Frost Valley and trips to Washington, D.C., and all the great memories he made with his friends and teachers while playing sports. Hearing these stories makes me excited and hopeful that one day I will get to have the same experiences. But how can I make those memories if those opportunities are no longer there? When teachers lose their jobs and programs are cut, it doesn't just affect them, it affects students like me. It takes away chances for us to learn and grow and make special memories. I know I matter because my teachers tell me I matter. But does my future matter to you? We our teachers just thank you to all the teachers, past, present, and future, who help us students like me every day.
Could the two speakers come up here so we can get your name for the minutes? We need to record your name for speaking. I'm not sure which one. Please make sure we get your name so that we can have it recorded in the minutes. Next speaker.
Good evening to the whole board members who are here, and to all of you. My name is Brian DeLegg, and I'm a current junior here at Belfort Senior High School. And just how I asked this question to all the students as a speaker from the walkout, successful walkout that we had, I ask it to you, and I'm asking in front of you. Will we get the same education quality that we got from this year or next year? Because how can the district claim in your website to prioritize students, prioritize their future, while at the same time you are doing this stuff that, as a matter of fact, will not help us, but will affect us in a very negative way. And that's why I am here along with these students who are here disappointed and demand that you consider us and always prioritize us for the future. Your decisions has motivated me, along with so many peers, to create a petition movement for such great teachers with more than 200 signings that I'm holding right here in my right hand to show that we care for our teachers. We care more than you think. And that what you're doing is impacting us. And in this example, it includes my beloved science teacher, who even this week, even though he knew he was going to be cut, still stayed after school with me for 30 minutes to try to help me prepare for my science exam. And who said, I quote, "Even though this is happening, I still want you to succeed." And that honestly broke my heart. And let me remind you once again that these are the type of teachers that you are cutting, unfortunately. So in the end, I ask you that every single time you make decisions like these, you ask yourselves, how will this affect students in the future? How will this affect teachers? Not only the ones who are right here, but who work for the whole district. How will it affect them and their lives? And in the end, how will it also affect parents who will now worry whether their kids are getting the best education quality as possible? Because in the end, a school system that does not listen to its students is missing the people it exists to serve. Thank you very much.
Good evening, South Country Central School District. My name is Sydney Ablon, and I'm a graduating senior this year. For the past 4 years, I've had numerous opportunities in sports and extracurriculars, which the future Belport might not get. I'm standing before you tonight in honor of my teachers, some of which might not have jobs next year due to a mismanaged budgeting error at the highest level of our society. I'm here to represent the future student body of South Country out of concern for my little sister and her peers who will not have as many opportunities to learn from great teachers in the English department, like Ms. Johnson and Ms. Story, and in the social studies department, teachers like Mr. Green. It's hard to believe that the leadership here prides themselves on the idea of Clipper pride, yet fails to take accountability. This is a special district where no student or teacher has it easy when it comes to education. Many students struggle, and those standout teachers often uplift and put forth their best efforts to make sure we succeed. I've spent lots of time and extra help over the past 4 years in hopes of boosting my grades and to better prepare myself for the future. Students and teachers alike are doing their best, and what are you guys doing? If we got rid of half of our incompetent leadership team, those funds could be dispersed into 15 teachers' salaries. Teachers are working hard day in and day out to ensure us the best education possible, and the best solution you guys could come up with was, let's excess them. Mr. Santana, you have had a year to go over this budget, and as we are all well aware, many staff members have already lost their jobs here. Teachers show up to these buildings every day to give us their best. My question to you is, what have you been doing other than taking selfies? In the real world, you will rarely get a second chance to right your past actions, or lack thereof. Your leadership, at best, is questionable. Your incompetence is apparent, and quite frankly, it's disappointing. Your integrity is debatable, and you lack the vision to keep teachers who run this district. Your plan is to let go of the teachers doing the hard work, which is absurd. How do you, your superintendent of business, and personnel call yourselves academic leaders? This district mascot is the Clipper, but recently it feels more like the Titanic. A lot of people say that nobody goes into public education to get rich. So why is our ineffective central office getting salary raises? How do you justify your raise in a district that is already underwater? Most people are rewarded for their hard work, and unfortunately this district failed both you and your families. Nobody deserves to lose their job, especially over someone else not doing theirs. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman, for preparing me tonight with public speaking skills. And since you guys are cutting French, merci, bon nuit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Sajda and I'm a junior. I understand that the French program is on the line for major cuts. To me, French as a class is more than just work and learning. Through French, I bond, grow, and able to communicate with people I never thought I could before. My sister, a freshman, is also taking French, and it's given us something real to connect over. Learning about another culture, especially alongside friends and loved ones, is an enriching experience that every kid deserves access to. Immersing ourselves in French culture throughout high school has become one of our favorite things to do together. Sometimes we come home and talk about what we've learned that day. It brings out new feelings and conversations that did not exist before. When I heard French was being offered at the middle school for the first time, I was ecstatic, because this isn't just a class. It's a window of opportunities for me. French is spoken across America and throughout the world, and giving students the tools to engage with that is really valuable. But what makes this program special is Dr. K. In this class, I've learned things I couldn't find anywhere else in this building. The history of Versailles, the origins of opera and ballet in France, the religious conflicts that shaped French society, and a deeper look at the French Revolution than any other history class will teach you. Dr. K doesn't just teach the language, she teaches European history, culture, and historical figures across multiple neighboring countries of France. Cutting this program doesn't just remove a class, it removes opportunities for the future students. The French program should stay, not just because we love it, but because it builds bonds, broadens experience, and creates friendships that wouldn't exist otherwise. Culture and diversity in our school is what makes our school special. Please consider the French program when you make your decisions.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. Me and my student, my name is Kofi Otakon. Me and my fellow students have helped create these beautiful letters to support our teachers who are being cut. I want the kids after me to have the same amazing experience that I did in 4th and 5th grade. My kindergarten teacher is also getting cut. She helped build everything in me from zero. I don't even know about spaces, but she helped me make those achievements possible. I don't want them to get cut because I want other students, I want other people to have the same experience I did and to learn the same amount as I did so that they become very successful. And I think these teachers can do that. But if they're not here, how will they? I feel like the children in this district are very smart. They have a lot of hidden talents, and the teachers are the only ones who can figure that out. They're the ones who look inside of these kids and find the reason they're here, the reason they're learning, the reason what they want to do in life, what they want to achieve. Even if they don't know it themselves, the teachers will figure it out and help them. The school needs all the teachers, every single one of them. The ones on the chopping block, the ones who might get chopped later. Every teacher. We don't know all the facts, but we know that we need the teachers.
Yes!
Every program in this school district is not possible without every teacher. They're amazing and they delve into the greatest things in the kids. They find it. I don't know how, but they do it. And that proves that even if they have their jobs cut, they're still going to be in our memories. But will they be for the other kids? They're in my memories. They've helped me, but will they help the rest? I just think that they shouldn't be cut. They deserve to allow other teachers. The other kids deserve to have these teachers. Everybody deserves to have a good experience in school because school is where they learn everything. If they don't have school, what will they do? What will everything be? Think about it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marjorie Diaz-Sanchez, and I'm a freshman at Belport High School. I know a lot of people are here tonight to talk about how these cuts are unfair and how they affect them personally, and I agree with them. Those concerns matter, but I want to look at this a little differently. Right now, only 53% of students at Belport High School are proficient in reading, and only 39% are proficient in math. Those numbers show how we are already have a negative stand in education. I understand that the district is in a difficult financial situation and that there is a debt that needs to be addressed, but I don't understand why one of the main solutions is to cut so many teachers and reduce opportunities for students, including programs like life skills that support students who depend on school the most, instead of seriously looking at other options. When you cut teachers, class sizes increase, students get less individual support, and in a district that is already struggling, that leads to more students falling behind instead of catching up. This affects every student by limiting opportunities and support, and it puts even more pressure on students who need additional resources to succeed and ruining the others' chances. Education is not just another expense to be reduced, it is the foundation of what this Board of Education is responsible for and what the district is made of. And right now it seems that that foundation is being treated as something that can be compromised. I also want to acknowledge the leadership behind these decisions. I understand that not all of this started with the current board and that an already difficult situation was being stepped into. But leadership is defined by the choices you make in moments like this. The district is not promoting or the teaching source of our civic engagement. The district is the catalyst of forcing us to speak up for what is the standard. 18% of your discretionary spending is $26.49 million out of the money that could be supporting us, students and teachers. Also, I couldn't have gone to that number without my math teacher teaching me how. So my question is this: if cutting teachers and programs is the decision being approved, what other options were seriously considered, and why were they not chosen instead if you really wanted to protect the student experience? Because from where we're standing as students, this feels like a choice being made, and our education is so important and should not be the thing that gets compromised. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Devin Dinowitz. Tonight I come as a student, a freshman of Belport High School, concerned about the state of our district. I'm concerned about how teachers are getting cut, sports and extracurriculars are getting cut, and students are being punished. However, administrators are taking raises and not taking accountability. I bring to your attention that teachers have families at home they need to care for. They have bills, insurance, mortgages to pay, and children to feed. Taking their jobs away is taking away their ability to afford the cost of living. Teachers have impacted many students' lives, including my own, in many ways, and some students depend on them for everyday life. There are some teachers who have made drastic impacts on my life, and I couldn't imagine life without them. Many students have teachers who are their trusted adults, and losing them will cause negative impacts on more than one person. Now for sports and extracurriculars. I've been playing volleyball since 5th grade, and I've always had a love for the sport. This past year I was on Belport High School's JV team, and I made so many friends and made memories that I will carry with me forever. I've played lacrosse for 3 years now. This year I'm on the high school's varsity lacrosse team as a freshman. I am also the secretary of the class of 2029, a member of the student council, a member of flute choir, and band. I've made so many friends and met so many people from many diverse backgrounds, and the fact that I might be losing these importance of my life is devastating. I have 2 younger brothers in the district who are in UPK and kindergarten. I want them to be able to have the same opportunities as I had growing up. I don't want to have to sit at the dinner table at night and hear them ask why there's no library anymore. I want them to succeed and have the education that they deserve. Right now, school is not a place I desire being. I find it interesting how we're cutting teachers to spend less money, but our superintendent is taking a raise. I am highly disappointed in the board, but mostly in our superintendent, Mr. Santana. Mr. Santana, you have not let us down as a district, but as a community. As a teacher who has had a huge impact on my life, Mr. McAvoy once said, you need to take accountability for your actions. So let's honor that. I hope hearing this from a current student opens your mind and helps the situation and the lives of the choices your affect come into perspective. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Schindler-Schul, and I am a freshman at Belport High School. I am here tonight to speak about how the budget cuts being made are affecting the students, the community, all the teachers, and the people who work in this district. It upsets me to no end how the Board of Education is handling these budget issues that the district is facing. Last year, 33 teachers were excessed from their jobs. This year, it'll be another 43. I have been a part of the dual language program since I was in kindergarten. Every year, I saw new teachers getting hired as the school prepared for my class. And I'm so grateful for every teacher I've ever had. I understand that some of my old teachers are on this list. That means that the dual language program is getting cut very significantly. In my experience, many students, myself included, have no incentive other than their teachers to come to school. Teachers dedicate their lives to showing students how to be productive members of society every day. They work incredibly hard to build meaningful connections that are with us and try to make a difference in our very lives. It is undeniable that kids are hard work to take care of. It takes a superhero to maintain a positive outlook during this financial crisis. I was one of those kids who only went to school last year for their teachers. I was having a very hard time. My teachers made their rooms safe spaces, which I found essential, especially my English teacher. I faced some very anti-Semitic comments during our debate unit, and my teacher immediately put a stop to it and let me leave the classroom. My teacher gave the class a talk and then came to talk to me and make sure I was okay. She knew that this wasn't the first time that this had happened and that it affected me immensely. This incident is one I will never forget. Last year, that same teacher was told she may be excessed. As it happens, she is facing this very verdict yet again. This teacher told me that if she does get excessed, she won't return to teaching. There are a lot of other teachers who are facing the verdict and in some cases won't be going back to teaching. No one else will get to experience the impact of these teachers. Therefore, I stand here and I ask you, what is the future of our school district? Please find another way. Think about what we can do and make an informed decision. Teacher elimination should be the last resort. We are at the age where we need guidance and leadership, school, these teachers are our guides. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Leah Velasquez, and I'm a senior at Bellport High School. And I'm not here necessarily to just talk about the budget situation itself. I'm here to talk about what this budget situation has made us feel. It feels like the people making these decisions don't fully see us. We come to school every day trying our best, balancing classes, sports, and everything else that comes with being a student. And the one thing we should always be able to count on is our education, our teachers, our support system. And right now, that's being taken away. These aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people. These are the teachers who stay after school to help us when we don't understand something, who support us when we're overwhelmed, who make this school feel like somewhere we actually belong. And I want to make this personal for a second, because a few of my favorite teachers are leaving because of this. Teachers who have made a real difference in my life. Teachers who didn't just teach, they cared. They didn't create this problem, but they're the ones being forced out. And we're the ones who have to sit in the classrooms knowing that the people who helped shape us might not be here next year. And as a senior, people might not think that this affects me or others, like we are leaving anyway, but it does. Because it's hard knowing that when I leave the school, some of the teachers who helped me get here are leaving too. Not because they want to, because they're being pushed out. That's not how it should be. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair for the students coming after us who deserve the same support and opportunities that we had. How do I tell my younger sister, the teachers who I rave about, will no longer be here for her? You tell us that students come first, but right now, it doesn't feel like that. Because if students really came first, the people who support us the most would not be the first to go. If mistakes were made, then we deserve honesty and transparency. We deserve accountability, not silence, not excuses. And to Mr. Santana, to say our voices matter, but then give us students an unexcused absence for the walkout, about our teachers, about our education, and about the future of the school. We're asking you to actually see us, to listen to us, and to do better, because this isn't just about a budget anymore. This is about people. This is about our school. So we will remember the teachers who stood by us, and we will remember the decisions that took them away. Thank you.
Tony, try to look at the people who are speaking. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Gabriel Andre, and I'm a senior here at Bellport High School. I'm not really the best speaker, so I'll try to speak in as plain language as possible. I'm afraid that the quality of education here at Bellport will take a nosedive once these cuts are put into place. No department will suffer. No department will not suffer because of these cuts. I would like to first mention the French curriculum here at Bellport. A series of poor decisions have left the French department in an awful state, and now they plan to remove the French program completely from the whole district. The French program and its associated club has been one of the greatest experiences I've had in my high school career. It's given me so many friends, so many new skills that I would have gotten anywhere else, and I think that the loss of the program will really be a detriment. But the cutting of this program represents to me represents a bigger picture of the consequences that these cuts will have on the district. Education matters a very great deal to me. And it's because of the teachers here that I found what my life's purpose I think is going to be. 2 years ago, my physics teacher, he brought me to this science competition. It's called Science Bowl at Brookhaven National Laboratory. And it really sparked the passion of this like STEM in me. And now that this year, we didn't even have the money to bring us to the lab. And I'm worried that students like me, that just so happen to be born 4 years after me, won't have the same access to opportunities like I had. And this isn't limited to STEM just either. Just like I said earlier, they're removing a whole language from the curriculum. Imagine the future translators, diplomats, writers, anthropologists who won't find their passion like I was able to. Just because of the incompetencies of few people. Incompetencies that have been the trend. This isn't a new thing. We've been bleeding money for how long now? To wrap up my statements, I'd like to impart a bit of wisdom, again, given to me by my science teacher. Newton's first law of motion tells us that an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. And I think, as a community, we cannot afford to remain at rest. I know students that have set up walkouts who have collected petitions, more than 200 signatures, trying to save our teachers. And even me personally, I'm going to be writing letters to the board. And the point is, we can't remain at rest. We have to push for better education and make sure eventually this district recovers enough to educate effectively again. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Are there more students in the next row? Next applicant.
Hello everyone, my name is Josiah Torres and I'm a senior at Bellport High School. I've read this speech at the walkout that we had, so I'm going to be reading it to you, so hopefully it resonates with you guys. Okay. The dream begins most of the time with a teacher who believes in you, who tugs and pushes and leads you on to the next plateau, sometimes poking you with a sharp stick called truth. This was a quote by Dan Rather. I believe that teachers deserve so much more than what's given to them and what they are accredited for. From kindergarten until now, we have all encountered teachers who believed in us, offered us guidance, helped our voices be heard, and inspired us to make our dreams become a reality. For a number of us, they were the light that we needed to keep us going when times were difficult, or for like me, provide a safe space when home wasn't always the best environment. We are lucky to have teachers who we can confide in and place our trust in. The truth is, teachers aren't just people. They aren't just educators, but they are the backbone of our schools and have a profound impact on the society as we know it today. It is because they are in direct contact with the future generation, a generation that will one day be in charge. Teachers are worthy of so much more recognition. They do so much more than just work to perfect their craft in education, but they have such a valuable impact on us, which shapes us into the people we become. Education is a rigid system that sometimes feels impossible to change. Systems like these have been around for years and they have just worked. But that doesn't mean that they always are free of flaws. Each and every one of you in this room has a voice, and you can use it to set motions of change. We are our generation's agents of change. We can change the systems that stand profoundly. And today, we are working to fix the flaws in our particular system of education. The central office has not just failed our teachers with their budgeting errors, but they have failed their students. And because of that, we are highly disappointed. We demand change, and we want competent leadership. I'm going to say that again. We want competent leadership. And this is a message to the teachers. We are standing here in solidarity with you to let you know that you are not alone. Though this time might feel tumultuous or even upsetting, your job is not done. Your work with the youth is not over. And if you still have a passion for educating, I want you to know to keep going. Show your students that even when times are tough, you still have the ability to prevail. We are here for you, and I just want you guys to know that we love our teachers.
Good evening, my name is Faith Wright and I am in my sophomore year at Belport Senior High School. I stand here to speak on the damaging effects that these staff cuts will have on students throughout our 6 schools. Our teachers, who we spend a large portion of the day with for at least 180 days out of the year. Our teachers inspire us and they are continually shaping us upcoming members of society day by day. The French language program, taught by the amazing Dr. K, whom my sister and I love immensely, is the reason why I will be going to Europe with fellow students over spring break as an opportunity to learn. And the Multicultural Club, led by Mr. Green, puts on a beautiful performance showcasing African American history each month of February. By decreasing staffing, which leads to the loss of valuable programs, you will be raising the percentage of students in classrooms, limiting chances for students to learn about different cultures firsthand, and placing stress onto students and staff alike. If you looked around and you asked any student, what teacher has impacted you this year or any year, you are almost guaranteed a response. How many of those impactful teachers and staff are on your list to be cut? By going through with cutting teachers in our programs, you are making a conscious statement that your faculty and student learning experiences are not important, and your student futures are not as important as saving a few dollars. How are we as students supposed to have a future of excellence if there aren't enough people to help us excel? How can you say we have a tradition of quality if the money for our district cannot even be managed properly? I urge you to look into other options and take accountability for your mismanagement instead of endangering our futures. Thank you so much.
My name is Talay Haynes, and I am a sophomore at Belport Senior High School with many ambitions and dreams. This budget cut is not only affecting the school, it's affecting our teachers and students. My time here and back then have broke me down and built me up. I've had many teachers that gave me courage to keep me going even when I was at my worst. They make me better. I think about Miss Arnis, my teacher from elementary school who really started it all. I think about Miss Travers and her jokes, and even my current teachers like Miss Kellerman, Mr. Almy, and my math teacher, Miss Johnson, and Mr. Palatucci. I hope it's clear that all involved refuse to hire any central office employees. They're known for embezzling and giving themselves raises. Even teachers and students are aware, and that's embarrassing. You've already started cutting electives for next year, like public speaking debate. I haven't even got the chance to experience my extracurriculars that I won't get until my junior year. At this point, the school will have nothing for our teachers and students to do the help for the school. The language classes of the school are hosting a trip to Europe. Did you know that even you have to pay $90 a month to keep your spot? Isn't that going all up to you? And even when you pay the whole total, it's so much more expensive. We deserve someone better and some people who know the problem and should give it to someone who will actually make this district better. We have so much bad reputation that not even other theater art accounts repost our theater promotions, and that speaks so much volume. We need justice for our teachers, and I rest my case.
Hello, I'm a graduating senior, and my name is Alana Corniculo. I've been at this school district for almost 13 years, and my entire family has also been here. So now I feel I owe it to the community and the teachers to stand up for them the way they stood up for me. But I'm actually not here to show my love for the teachers, because all the students here have already done that for me. Right now, I feel the need to address my voice to those who have failed us. And at the last board meeting, someone said that they would take responsibility and accountability for what has happened. I won't name them now because everyone knows who I'm talking about. I want to ask
at you when you were talking to him.
I want to ask how this is you taking accountability. How could you possibly say to the people here now that cutting over 40 teachers is you taking responsibility when you yourself are facing no backlash from your mistakes? When you're in a position such as yours, where thousands of people are affected by your actions, you shouldn't be, no, you aren't allowed to make those mistakes. Let me be the one to remind you that a single teacher reaches 1,000 people, and when you remove one teacher, you're affecting everything that could have been. I want to ask you now, and I hope you later ask yourself, is this really our best option? If there's one thing that I've learned from my teachers, it's to use my voice. And last week at the walkout, hundreds of students exhibited theirs. Our voices won't be silenced, and we'll be continuing to fight for our teachers for as long as we have to. Thank you.
Are there more student speakers? Okay. I'm asking the board, should we hold the others till the end of the meeting? We have quite a few speakers. We have business to conclude. What do you want to say? Right. I think it would be good for us to proceed with the presentations. I think that a lot of your comments will be related to that. So at this point, we will go on to the next section of the agenda, which is the budget presentation number 5. You'll be the last speaker in this segment, please.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Brady, President of the Bellport Teachers Association. One, I do think it would be more appropriate to listen to all the comments before we go into the next part of the meeting. I will be brief, and this is to our students. Thank you for advocating for us. And we're going to advocate for you. It's important to know that as you love us, we love you. And without you, we can't do this. So keep fighting, and we'll keep fighting for you. And I hope that the pathway forward will be both one. Thank you.
Any extension of public commentary at this point of our agenda requires a motion and a second and a vote. Motion by Trustee Felice. Is there a second? The motion fails. We will The motion is seconded by Trustee Calderon. All in favor of extending the time at this point? I have 2 votes in favor.
Serve the community. The community's here to speak.
Everyone's in favor. Move along. I will remind the community. I know you want to speak. There'll be a further opportunity after we complete the board business. This is a meeting of the board. There is certain business that must be completed. We had a motion, a second, a vote 2 in favor. Any opposed to extension at this point of the meeting, knowing that we're holding more commentary at the end? Any opposed?
So much for transparency.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following. The motion fails. Is there a the motion was, right. We had the second. I called all in favor. I asked for all opposed. Apparently, my voice is not carrying down there. Are there any abstentions?
I don't know how your voice is not carrying. There was a motion and a second to approve extending public portion. 2 people voted in favor.
And I've asked for any votes opposed to that.
Okay, did anybody vote?
Yes, there are 2 in favor.
So my suggestion is that we do the 2 presentations so you can see what we're talking about. So that you can ask questions on the presentation. There's a lot of questions that you don't answer the presentation, and there would be better opportunity to answer questions. That's the suggestion.
People have comments.
Come on, see you next time. Don't show up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please if everybody can hold down for a second. Listen, I have continually opened and asked for additional time for everybody to speak. From a practical end, I am agreeing with everybody. I will sit here and listen to the questions and go forward. But I beg you, not only might your question be answered by the presentation that's being made, but you might have additional questions based on the material that's given to you. Give it the opportunity to be heard first. You shouldn't be silenced, but people have asked for the information. Give them the opportunity to present the information. Your questions might be answered, and guess what? You might have more questions to follow up. So as a practical piece, let them make the presentation and then ask your questions. I'm not saying to limit your questions thereafter, but let them present the information. If your question gets answered, that's great. If it doesn't, you can still ask it. And based on that information, you may have more questions, which if they're opened up just now, you don't have the opportunity to ask. So I think it's a win-win. Why not go forward? Let them make those take those opportunities and make those 2 presentations.
It's already online.
All right.
We care about our lives and what happens.
We are having a business meeting, not a public forum. We will be opening up comment at the conclusion of the business meeting.
So who voted no?
The motion fails. Let's call up and start our presentation.
Somebody go up to the mic and talk. Go say it.
We are conducting.
Point of order, please. Point of order.
We are conducting a business meeting. We are now having a presentation. Thank you, Mr. Huntsman.
Thank you, President Hayes and the Board of Education. I appreciate the opportunity to present our staffing presentation for the 26-27 school year. I just want to take a moment before we start to just acknowledge that obviously the South Country School District is currently facing significant fiscal challenges that require thoughtful strategic action. We recognize that these decisions, particularly those impacting staff, carry real and personal consequences for members of our school community. Our teachers and staff are the foundation of our district, and we deeply value their dedication, professionalism, and care for our students. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure the long-term stability and sustainability of the district, and this requires us to take necessary and at times difficult steps. What I want to go through tonight, I know there's a lot of information and at times misinformation out there, so what I want to try and attempt to do this evening is to present factual information in terms of where we are in our budget process and our plan for the 26-27 school year. So my hope tonight is to provide greater clarity regarding how the 3-year fiscal recovery plan is currently impacting our staffing and has already done already, how declining enrollment affects our district staffing needs, what the impact on class size will be across all grade levels if we move forward with these staffing reductions, and how exactly we are working to preserve programs and student opportunities to the greatest extent possible. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure that all stakeholders clearly understand both the challenges we face and the rationale behind our decisions. As we look and think about our 3-year fiscal recovery plan, it's important to understand that the district has already taken a number of steps as part of that plan. In January, the district moved forward with abolishing 2 administrative positions, 2 vacant teacher positions, 2 safety officer positions, and 2 vacant CSE positions. What's important to note is that even after making these difficult choices, the district still has a projected shortfall for the 25-26 school year of approximately $8 million. As we plan for the 26-27 school year, the staffing plan outlined tonight still leaves us with $6.4 million budget shortfall as we continue on our 3-year fiscal recovery plan for the 26-27 school year. One of the factors in determining staffing, as Mr. Santana has mentioned, is the impact of enrollment. The South Country Central School District enrollment has declined by 140 students from March of 2025 through March of 2026. That represents a 3.72% decrease over that time. It's also important to know that this continues to reflect a pattern of decreasing enrollment over time as well. As we were presenting last year, we had 111 students, and the year before that there were 33 students decline when we talk about student enrollment.
I wonder why.
It's important to also understand that declining enrollment also negatively impacts our state aid and the overall district revenue.
Because no one wants to be part of this district anymore.
Throughout this presentation, we're going to be talking through the lens of FTE, so I want to make sure that everyone fully understands what it is that means. A full-time equivalent, an FTE represents a full-time equivalent or a full-time employee. An FTE is based on the number 1. FTEs can be denoted as decimals as follows. 0.5 FTE means that an employee works half the usual expectation, and 0.2 is someone that works as a 20% of the usual expectation. As we build our staffing projections and put together our FTE for this evening, it's important to note that at times you may have a full-time staff member that's a 0.5 FTE at the middle school and a 0.5 FTE at the high school. That would still make them a 1.0 or a full-time employee. At the secondary level, we also from time to time do have staff members that are split amongst departments. So for example, you may have someone who works as a 0.4 E&L teacher and a 0.6 English language arts teacher. That would still be a 1.0 full-time equivalent.
No way.
Could you take a deep breath here? I'm going to caution the audience that outbursts are interfering with the presentation that's being presented to the board. Let me remind you that that has to stop. It's interfering with the business of the board at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden. So as we look at our first category, which is central office, at this time that does remain flat. We do have a vacant position for our senior accountant position. And at this time, the district is exploring alternative titles for this vacant position to better support the needs of our business office team. Looking at our staffing analysis for administration and support, again, the column where they're highlighted in yellow, it's important to understand that those represent some of our mid-year reductions. We did have a mid-year reduction of a director of STEM and also a mid-year reduction of an assistant principal. Going down, although we did have an interim middle school principal, we also had a 6th grade academy principal. For the 26-27 school year, we will be returning to a single Bellport Middle School principal for the 26-27 school year. Finally, it's important to note here that we do have a change in leadership structure. We do anticipate and project having 4 new chairperson positions that would live amongst the PTA. And that would be in the math chairperson, science chairperson, English chairperson, and social studies chairperson.
Well, that's the old model.
Our South Haven Early Childhood Center, this is where we offer our pre-K program. This is not funded through the general fund. It is grant funded at this point. It's running through the YMCA. But it's important for us to note at this point we still continue and anticipate that program running as expected. So what we want to do today is walk us through exactly where we are. We're going to look at each one of our grade levels. We're going to start with our elementary sections. So our first building up is looking at our staffing analysis for Brookhaven Elementary School. I did my best to highlight the cells which I will be speaking about. So as you can see, looking at our Brookhaven staff, we do anticipate a reduction of 2 general ed positions, as well as an increase of an integrated gen ed section. So that would be a net of -1 elementary section at Brookhaven Elementary. You can also see that we do anticipate an increase in a special ed teacher at that location because of the increase in integrated section that we anticipate. I do anticipate that position coming from one of our other buildings. Now that would be a new position where we would hire. I also want to point out, as this is Brookhaven, we do anticipate, as you can see with our section numbers there, we still do anticipate continuing to offer our K-3 dual language program as we have in the past, and we will continue to do that. Additionally,
Excuse me, point of order. Would any of you allow your students to do that in your classroom? Listen, Otakon, quiet. Mr. Otakon, let him give his presentation. You will be allowed to ask your questions.
No, I have to share.
No.
And now you say I can't answer.
No, not to make comments while he's speaking.
Not lying to us then.
I'm just going to make a quick comment.
It's got to stop this minute.
You're dismantling the dual language program.
We're not.
No.
We're
going to, I'm pausing. I am pausing the meeting in a minute. I'm asking the audience to maintain control, and if you cannot do it, I'm going to have to ask you to please wait outside until there's time for public participation.
So, very quick point of clarification because there's a little bit of misinformation. So when you access teachers, you do it based on seniority. We're maintaining our dual language program. Some of our dual language teachers are less senior in terms of seniority list than other teachers in the district. When you're in the state program, that program requires a specific certification. So what happens is those teachers get recalled. Same happens in science. You get seniorities based on your tenure area, which is a size. So for example, if we had, and this is a for instance, a chemistry teacher that was least senior in a science department, that teacher would be accessed. And then because the school needs a certified chemistry teacher to teach chemistry, that teacher would be recalled. We're not dismantling our dual language program. We're recalling the dual language teachers who have the bilingual extension to maintain the program K-5.
Last time. We're pausing our meeting right this minute. And you're gonna have to be asked to wait outside.
No.
Until it's time for your comment.
No,
because he cares about your
Ms. Odom, wait till the end. I don't want to see you toss from the meeting. I want to see your question to answer. I just have to make a comment. I just have to make a comment, Madam President. I'm sitting here frustrated myself because the board usually gets these presentations by Friday, the Friday before this meeting. We got this presentation today.
Which is precisely why we need to carry
It is not precisely why we need decorum. Precisely why we need it ahead of time. Because we should have done it ahead of time. It should have been published to the public ahead of time.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Otakon could have asked the question and called the board or called Mr. Belmonte or called Mr. Huntsman to ask these questions.
So point clarification.
Point clarification in a minute, Mr. Superintendent. We have asked, and I have asked you time and time again, that we're not, may I finish my statement, please?
Trustee Felice, we are trying to get.
We'll get through it, but this is why frustration grows. We have asked the superintendent, and you have been part of these discussions when you and I were board president and board vice president. We have asked that the board be provided with reports like this, and certainly not in a crisis like we are experiencing right now, that we be provided with these reports ahead of time so that we had a weekend to digest reports, and then we could make appointments with the various administrators to ask and answer questions. Now, the report on the slide 7, where you talk about, let me go back to slide 7, because I wasn't going to interrupt you, Mr. Huntsman, so that you could get through your report. But slide 7 is rubbing salt in the wounds. Because we have said, we wanted to show that we were sharing the wealth and sharing the pain. And then you show every administrative position and every position that is in Central, and not one of them was cut, but all the teachers' positions, all the positions that were cut. I'm trying to stay calm, but I can't. And of course you're going to hear outbursts because people are frustrated. So yes, audience, and yes, Mr. Otakon, let's get through this GD report and see what the hell it says.
This is a point of clarification. We're not taking action on the presentation, so the point of the presentation is to provide information to the board and to the public.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of time left in the down.
I also would ask you to reiterate, if you have not already done so, about the other administrative positions. You've already talked about going to a chairpersons in certain situations. I think that I don't want to have it a misunderstood comment made by a trustee when we're talking about other administrative positions, and you've got that on another slide.
We'll get to that, but just to answer your question, we're proposing reductions in 25% of our administrative staff for the upcoming school year.
What's the address of Central? What is the address? 189, is it 189? 189 North Adjournment Avenue, 189. That's the building they're looking at. That's what they want to see. And actually, to slide number 7.
Go back.
And I should know this question, and I apologize that I don't. So, Mr. Superintendent, is it mandated that we have a superintendent of curriculum? No. Okay, I'll ask the audience. Is it mandated that we have a superintendent of finance and management? No. Is it mandated that we have a superintendent of human resources? No. I rest my case. Thank you.
Continue with your presentation.
Ow. Should have just let us talk.
Up next is our Kramer Elementary School. That's our second K-3 building. So at this point, based on enrollment, we do anticipate a reduction of 2 general ed sections, one in kindergarten and the second one in first grade. A couple things to point out with that, looking at our current kindergarten enrollment at Kramer. We do know that historically we do have a significant number of students that move over to our dual language program. So that number of 21 is not where it would be because many of those students will be moving over to our dual language program over at Brookhaven. Also, on this slide, I want to point out that we do have an increase with our 813 sections. We do have an increase of a special education class at Kramer for our 6th 813 class. I do also want to highlight here that our average class size remains below our current largest K-5 class. So that as we plan for 26-27, it is nothing that is larger than what we have currently. Looking at Vern W. Crits, at this time, based on enrollment, we do anticipate a reduction of 1 general ed kindergarten section as well. Again, it's the same situation that we had over at Kramer, where we currently have an average there of 21. But that is not reflective of our dual language students that will be moving over to our Brookhaven campus for our dual language program that we will have in K-5. I also just want to highlight again that our average class sizes remain below or at our largest current K-5 classes that we have for the 25-26 school year. Moving on to Frank P. Long is our intermediate building. At Frank P. Long, we do anticipate a reduction of 2 4th grade sections and also a reduction of 2 5th grade sections. And this is one of the, in terms of being strategic, at Frank P. Long, we do have all of our grade levels in one building. And so we're able to consolidate down to 2 sections in each one of those grade levels. As you can see, we also plan on running only 1 integrated section in 4th grade, and so therefore we would have 1 less special education teacher serving at Frank P. Long. Again, I do just want to reiterate again, as we plan for the 26-27 school year, our average class sizes at Frank P. Long remain at or below our largest current K-5 class. Finally, I want to reiterate that we continue to offer our 4-5 dual language program at Frank P. Long. In looking at our elementary staffing projections in total, it is important to note here we have a projected decrease of 8 elementary sections between kindergarten through 5th grade. Again, even with those reductions of 8 elementary sections, that does keep all of our average class sizes at or below our largest current K-5 sections. And also, just again, a point of clarification, because this has been a talking point that I've heard at least this evening. We do anticipate running our K-5 dual language program that will remain the same for the 26-27 school year. As we look at our other elementary school staffing projections, on the top there is our current staffing projection, and on the bottom part of the table is what we anticipate for the 26-27 school year. So just a couple of things that I'd like to highlight here. So despite the reduction in PE and health, all students will continue to maintain their 3-time-a-week physical education program that we currently offer. Additionally, reduction in E&L. FTE does not indicate a reduction in services. All of our students will still be getting the mandated services that they require. Finally, we also will be maintaining our building-specific literacy coordinators as well as our math specialists. And one of the things that we did this year in terms of our reading positions is we did look at our reading staffing a little bit differently. And we actually, in I believe it was October of 25, we did have a staffing change where we moved a middle school reading teacher over to one of our elementary buildings. And so one of the things we're looking to do is to be more dynamic with how we allocate staff, especially within our reading department, based on our student needs. And so as we look at elementary staffing in total, again, when you look at the building numbers, those are reflective of elementary teachers as well as special education teachers. The specials and supports indicate the slide that I just spoke about. And so for the elementary level, we...
Could you review slide 15 again, please?
So just no library.
No
library.
The audience, has there been a change in the libraries and the library coordinator?
There is no library coordinator. So we have library meeting specialists. We have librarians currently. We have a 0.5 FTE in each of our elementary buildings.
Has there been a change from the original plan of excess, or has there been any changes in that particular area?
We have at this point. We are moving from having a 0.5 FTE in each one of the buildings to now having one librarian at Frank P. Long. And so under the idea of looking to not remove any programs, we wanted to still offer a library to our students that
Yeah, I apologize if I don't understand this, Chuck, because I only just got this program today. So there was originally 3 media specialists that were going to be excess. Is that what it was going to be? And now has there been a change?
I'm not speaking about the number of people that were excess. What I was saying is I'm comparing the top part of the chart where we had 0.5 FTE in each one of our elementary buildings. And as we anticipate moving into the 26-27 school year.
So what am I misunderstanding?
I'm not sure what the question is.
I don't either. I'm trying to read minds right now.
There is a change.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Salicetta? Can you help me interpret, please?
Let the parents talk, you would know.
We went from having a 0.5 FTE in each of our elementary buildings to having no library media specialist in each of our K-3 buildings and having a library media
So
specialist.
the children learning to read don't have a librarian.
Did I get it, Nanny? Thank you.
So those numbers should be 0, 0, 0.
Yes, here's a big change. It starts off as 0.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. It's not directed at you.
You're welcome. So as we start looking at our secondary staffing, again, it's important to take a look at student enrollment because student enrollment does drive staffing needs. And so at the middle school, we anticipate a reduction of 15 students compared to where we are this year. And at the high school, we actually anticipate a reduction of 70 students compared to where we are currently. As we look at enrollment, one of the things that we do in addition to just doing a one-year look back, we also want to be strategic in terms of our decision making. So we also take a look at where we are in our K-4 enrollment. So the current enrollment, if you take a look at what that is, it looks like that our enrollment kind of starts to level out in the 260 range. But as you can see, compared to where most of our enrollment is in the middle school and high school, that definitely represents a decrease. So the reason why I point that out is because I don't anticipate any increase in enrollment coming up through the middle school and into the high school as we make these decisions. So looking at the middle school staffing, first to take a look at our core academic electives, we do anticipate reductions in pretty much each one of those areas up there, with the exception of business, which I'll talk about in a minute. And the way that we're able to identify that FTE is through increased class sizes. So if you look at, and Mr. Santana mentioned this in his previous presentation, Our current middle school class sizes in math, science, English, social studies, and 6th grade is listed up there. We're going from between 22 and 23 per class to what I anticipate at this point between 25 and 27 per class. What is important to identify is that in terms of programs and course offerings, that the courses offered at BMS for the 26-27 school year in 6th grade, ELA, math, science, social studies, world language, health and PE, tech, family and consumer science are all exactly the same as they are currently. In fact, in our music program, we are looking to enhance and provide a modern instruments class in addition to what we have this year, and music technology class in place of some of our traditional general music courses. I do want to highlight that cell in green, where you do see an increase of 0.7 in business. The reason for the increase in business and the decrease in technology also reflects a change in the pathway for our middle school students who will now be taking a financial literacy course during their time at the middle school. As we look at our specials and support at the middle school, again, a couple things to identify. Our reading classes are being adjusted to align with grade levels. So in the past, we did have reading sections that were smaller than many, if not most of our elementary sections in terms of reading, so we needed to adjust that. And as I mentioned previously, it's important for us to strategically use our staff in the best way possible based on our student needs. And so if we have to readjust staff by building, that's something that we can do based on our student need for next year. We also anticipate a reduction in guidance. And again, our student enrollment has declined over many years, and we have not adjusted that number. And so at this point, we cannot continue to have 4 school counselors at the middle school. Looking at the high school, our FTE is up there, and you see the comparisons between where we are and where we anticipate being for next year. A couple of pieces that I do want to highlight here. Obviously, some of those numbers are pretty significant. It's important to know, as I mentioned before, we do have 70 less students at the high school for next year, and so that's obviously going to impact our need as well. But one of the things that we're doing for next year is we are looking to increase class size in order to achieve those reductions in FTE. So at this point, our average class size at the high school was between 22 and 24 per class, and as we look for next year, they will be between 24 and 27. One of the things that I do want to highlight as well is in terms of program is that courses at a high school, specifically at Belport High School, are scheduled based on student requests. And this process started back in December. And what we have is with our electives, any elective with a minimum of 20 requests will run for the next school year, while AP and college level courses will also run with at least 15 requests. So that's important to understand that our decisions in terms of courses that we're offering are reflective of student needs and student interest, and that's something that we do each and every year. Again, as we look at our Belport High School staffing in terms of specials and support, the one thing that I would mention is when you look at special education and E&L, both of those areas are primarily driven based on individual student needs, and what we're offering and providing for our students in our E&L program will continue to at least meet the mandate by the state. And also, our special ed decisions are typically driven by our IEP requirements for each one of our individual students. So when you look at staffing on the secondary side, you are looking at a reduction, as I mentioned before, just counting an FTE. We're going to bring this back to talking about people here in a moment, but from the FTE perspective, it's a reduction of 32.7 FTE on the secondary side. As we've spoken about, staffing reductions are necessary. They are designed to preserve existing middle and high school programs. As a result, there's no way around this. Class sizes will be larger than current levels. However, high school classes will continue to run based on student demand with the minimum enrollment thresholds. Our final piece of the puzzle here is looking at our non-instructional staff. And we do want to point out a couple of positions that we did reduce in the mid-year. We had clerical positions, safety officer positions, school nurse positions as well. I also do want to highlight at this point, we do anticipate a reduction of 2 teaching assistants and 2 teacher aide positions that were not previously included in the staffing projections when we talked about the 55.5 FTE number previously. So looking at this in total, when you look at it through the lens of FTE across the district, there is a reduction of 61.2 FTE. And the reason why I wanted to talk about FTE again, that the FTE does not directly reflect the total number of positions. At times we do have a staff member who is what we consider an overage, so they may be considered a 1.2. So there may be a reduction in their teaching position, but they still would be considered full-time. As I previously mentioned, this total includes 4 BTA positions that were not previously included. And our current total reduction in staff for the 26-27 school year is at 59.5. And just to provide a little more context in terms of where those positions are coming from, I did want to break it out just in terms of positions that we would consider to be attrition versus being excess. Attrition would be considered anybody who is retiring from the school district or anyone who is leaving for any other reason on their own accord. And so when you look at the 59.5 total positions, 27.5 of those positions we have identified that would be through attrition, and there would be 32 of those 59.5 positions that would be addressed through excess. So at this time, again, I do appreciate the Board of Education's time and attention here this evening, and certainly I'm going to answer any questions that I can try and answer.
It's time for the board to ask questions. It's time for everyone in the audience to listen.
Listen to us.
Madam President, I'd like to offer a motion to the board. I'd like to make a motion that any and all PowerPoint shows, reports, anything that has to do with the budget from here on going forward be made available to the board and the public the Friday before the Wednesday meeting. Council's going to try and find a reason why that isn't possible.
It's just a free of them.
No, let's clear it up. This is a very
more detail here. What to say that the board
and it should have been made available to the
presentation.
public, and it should have been made available to the board. Stop.
Stop whispering!
And let's be reminded, we live in a hate-free and bully-free district.
Your presentation includes the numbers that are current as of today, and this is an evolving process, is it not?
That is a fair statement.
We're having the next presentation.
And so much for transparency.
If you need to talk, stretch your legs, please go in the lobby. We're going to continue our meeting.
You stretch your legs, all right?
All right. The next presentation.
You're one board member, just
We're
left.
going to continue our meeting.
Shouldn't you wait for your board member?
You're missing a board
You should wait for all your board members.
Continue our meeting. We need the audience to settle down.
You need all your board members.
Talk, go outside.
You need all your board members. You need all your board members.
That's not pretty.
Can't continue without all your board members.
That's not pretty. It's not always
Mr. Belmonte.
How are you going to continue without all your board?
Vinny, if you could put up Mr. Belmonte's presentation.
Good evening, Board of Education and community members. This evening we're going to start with a recap of the budget where we left off from March 11th. At the last meeting, we finished up with a proposed draft 2 budget of $152.1 million. We made reductions from the first draft. We brought the spending increase down to 3.4%. We're still at the projected cap of 651. And the deficit, if you will, with the 26-27 budget is at 6.6 million. So moving forward, over the last week or so, we continue to analyze some areas, and one of the areas we looked at was transportation. So we have some additional reductions we're looking to make in the 26-27 budget. One is in the area of transportation. We're recommending to eliminate the 2:30 high school late buses. In addition, we do have several additional staffing reductions. One is a director position, and the second is a social studies position. In addition to that, we took a lengthy look at all of our BOCES services, which are extensive. As you may recall, we purchased approximately $14.5 million worth of BOCES services. So we're looking at those very closely to see where we may be able to reduce. So far to date, we have identified approximately $160,000 in BOCES services that we can not renew next year. However, instead of reducing the budget with that amount, we're going to roll it over into our BOCES special ed services budget. That seems to be the largest growing area within the budget, and we need to address some of the budget shortfalls in that area. So for this draft of the budget, we have come up with another $577,000 that we will be reducing. Getting back to the first proposal, we talked about the 2:30 late buses, and this will save the district approximately $416,000 in transportation costs. It will involve eliminating 4 buses at the 2:30 slot at the high school to achieve this particular run. It's important to note that on the right side, you have all the other late buses that are still in place. We are not recommending reducing them or eliminating them at this particular time. But as we go through this process and we look to achieve efficiencies, we will always reevaluate this. As we indicated, that all the other late buses will run. And the purpose of this is it will allow for all after-school transportation in all schools, both in and out of the school district. This recommendation that we're proposing has the most substantial savings with the least amount of disruption for the students. And what we mean by that is that we also looked at eliminating all the late buses. And if we were to go that route, we would only have an annual savings of around $609,000. So just going with the $416,000 was a better option and still leave the late bus transportation for the students both in and out of school.
And that's gross savings, right? Not net savings. Brings it down to
This is a presentation to the board. You've been warned, Dr. Otakon.
So with that, as we navigate through the budget development process, we like to think that this is live. We give you a walkthrough, if you will, where you can see the different phases of where we are. So what we have presented tonight, we're down to $151.5 million budget. The spending is down to 3.01%. We're still at the cap, and now it brings our deficit down to $6 million. Suffice to say, and items that were discussed here this evening, this is a budget development process, and it is not the end of the process. And there will be more reductions as we go through the process and get to a place where we are comfortable to move the district forward and have the Board of Education adopt a budget that can be presented to the community. I just want to make that clear, because a budget process cannot be static. It has to be flexible. And that's what we are doing on a daily basis. So moving forward, I also want to talk a little bit about the fiscal recovery plan. And I think in the spirit of what I've just mentioned, it's important to know that to have an effective fiscal recovery plan, you have to have strong leadership that's grounded in the ability to continually assess, monitor, and adapt to changing fiscal conditions. And it's important to note that that's what we are charged with on a daily basis, because it changes on a daily basis. It does not remain static. And it is a crucial goal that as we navigate through this recovery plan, that we ensure the district can implement these timely and informed adjustments. So at these particular meetings, when we bring to you changes in the budget, whether it's an add or whether it's a additional reduction, it's a process that we are continually going through to bring the board the most current information on the budget process. So basically, in the revised summary, what we're looking to do, the board passed a resolution this evening where they have increased the special act legislation, or the authorization for us to pursue special act legislation. They increased the amount from $12 million to $15 million based on the current fiscal condition over these 2 years. With that, as we mentioned earlier, at the time that we put this together, the structural deficit in the current school year was $8.8 million. After several things and adjustments that we've made, we got it down it's now $8.1 million. So we are constantly working with that. We are constantly looking to drive that number down the best we can. And as we update our projections, that number becomes clearer and clearer. As we get closer to the end of the school year, that number will kind of fine-tune itself. I think it's important to mention at this time the importance of how are we going to handle the existing $8.1 million deficit that we're currently facing in this school year. The answer to that very simply is that we have to have borrowing in place, i.e. that is the necessity for the special act legislation. At this point, as the superintendent indicated, we're working very aggressively with all the appropriate individuals and agencies to ensure that that happens. Okay? I also need to state very clearly that without that funding this school year, we are on a path to not having sufficient monies to pay our bills through the end of the year. So when we talk about the significance of a fiscal recovery plan, we are putting the pieces in place to ensure that we have those particular resources. And we'll talk about what those resources are. So our goal through this is to also stabilize the financing to protect the instructional programs. Because in some of the things that you're seeing, it's not only about the staffing. We are looking at the ancillary things that are around the fringes, such as transportation, such as supplies, such as everything in the budget, every budget line is being analyzed to see where we may be able to cut back and achieve a savings. So at this particular point, I think it's really clear that we have adopted a very disciplined financial management model, and we have implemented significant budgetary controls to manage this on a daily basis. The leadership framework, as we mentioned, the recovery requires continual assessment of financial data. Some people say, well, why is it changing so much? Because the bus is moving, and the bus will continue moving. And as we address some of these financial challenges, we have to build that framework into our current budget development process. The ongoing monitoring and revenues and expenditures for cash flow purposes, that happens daily. And part of this particular expansion of our recovery plan is to seek some additional assistance on an advance of our state aid or our lottery aid to help us navigate through some of the cash flow deficiencies. And again, you have to be able to adapt and change gears quickly because things happen quickly. Just this afternoon, we had new estimates that came in for special education in the area of BOCES. It's not what we anticipated. It came in higher than what we expected. We have to adapt to that. We have to build that into the 26-27 budget. It means that sometimes we take 2 steps forward and 4 backwards. And that's what happens almost on a daily basis as we're navigating this process. So again, the 3-part financial strategy that we've expanded, originally we were only talking about special act legislation and deficit financing as a long-term solution. We since, as we further evaluate our cash flow needs and things to get us through the school year, we've had conversations with the state on lottery or general aid advances that results in some interest-free borrowing on our state aid dollars. And I'd like to thank the BTA and NYSID for their assistance in helping us move in this direction. In addition, this may be somewhat of a long shot, but nonetheless, we are pursuing it. In some cases, when school districts run into a little bit of fiscal problems, and there's many school districts in New York State seems to be navigating similar problems, you reach out to your legislators and you try to get what we call bullet aid. And bullet aid is really a one-time punch, if you will, in an infusion of state aid that the district does not have to pay back. So knowing the depth and breadth of our deficit, both in this year and in next year as well, we're looking to pursue that avenue. And hopefully we will be somewhat successful in getting something. It may not be a lot, but nonetheless it will help us in the process. So just to kind of summarize, so we're looking to increase our deficit authorization from 12 million to 15, as I mentioned earlier as well. If we do not require the 15 million, this is only the authority to spend. We will only borrow up to what we need. Extend borrowing period to June 30th, 2027, and pursue the lottery aid and the bullet aid, as I previously mentioned. So why is this important at this time? Because without our intervention, the structural imbalance will only continue and grow. We have to have resolution on this to solve and close the structural deficit. By doing what we're doing with the increase on our aid, or lottery aid, if you will, we're reducing our need to borrow in what's called tax anticipation notes. Okay, and once that revenue comes in, we're able to reduce costs in the district by borrowing less and borrowing later in the year. which saves the districts a significant interest cost. So we are looking at all options. And why we need to act immediately is because of the financial risk and the reduced operational flexibility. So there is structural and organization concerns as we navigate this process. And I think it's even more importantly, it's more important to recognize that as the state, either they work with us and advance our state aid or our lottery aid, it does not come without strings. There is a very extensive oversight and reporting process that the district has to adhere to when we embark on those type of advances from the state. Not only from the state education department, but also from the controller's office. As we go through this process, we've seen on various other budget slides the most significant cost drivers of salaries and employee benefits. Not so much in salaries because we are making significant stride in reducing costs. Our benefit costs are rising and offsetting most, if not all, of our salary savings. We've seen our special education and transportation costs rise. That's why we have focused on some of the recommendations to reduce our transportation costs. Just in summary, when you think about the numbers in transportation, the original mid-year cuts that we made with cutting some matrons and maybe some vans that had no impact on the student transportation, we were able to reduce our mid-year cost by about $387,000. If the proposition is successful, that's put up with the budget on the private school transportation piece, the district would be able to save an additional $900,000. And with the piece of transportation on the 230 late buses that we introduced, we would save approximately another $414,000. So you can see that just in transportation costs alone, where it was significantly high and somewhat out of control, we have approximately $1.7 million of reductions in that area. So again, it's not only a reduction of staffing where we're looking to achieve savings, it's all across all areas of the budget. Another significant challenge for us is limited growth in revenues. If one way that you don't have to reduce your expenditures as much is if you get additional revenues in. Unfortunately, our state aid is somewhat flat. We don't anticipate getting additional state aid. We're waiting for the state to finalize their budget. And at best, they're talking about maybe a 1% growth in foundation aid. And when you look at available revenues or revenue sources and what the district has spent from their available fund balance and reserves, there's minimal monies left to apply and help us reduce and offset the tax rate. So the revenue side of our problem is a concern, and we need to monitor that closely as we go forward. So the whole financing impact of this is to convert the structural deficit into manageable repayments. And what we mean by that is the approach that we're taking is basically to spread this out over a period of years. And it provides budget stability and predictability. We know what our payments would be, we know what our repayments would be, and it supports our long-term financial planning going forward. Again, we talked about the lottery aid, and the way this works with the state is they give you an advance of your money, and you get to pay it back over an increment of 30 years. So for instance, if the district was to take a $6 million advance on our lottery aid and we paid it back over a period of 30 years, it would be a $200,000 payment a year. But when you look at our overall budget of $152 million, it really is not a significant piece. But what is important, what I mentioned earlier about the TAN borrowing, if we're able to get interest-free money up to the tune of $6 to $8 million that we don't have to pay interest on, That is going to greatly reduce what we need to borrow for our short-term cash and our tax anticipation notes. So that's a real plus for the district, and we're hoping that that goes through. It's an immediate improvement in our cash flow. Normally we borrow in probably the end of June, early July for the new fiscal year. If we do get an advance on our aid, we may not have to borrow till much later within the school year. The later you borrow, the less you pay in interest expense. Okay? So, i.e., the last bullet, by doing that, we reduce our dependence on short-term borrowing. Again, talking about the TANs in 25-26, we borrowed $27 million. So by moving to the type of program that we talked about, we improve our liquidity and our predictable operations, and we reduce our financial risk. And I did talk about the monitoring and the strings that come along with what we are doing. Not only is it from the State Education Department, but also from the Office of the State Controller. So everything that we are doing and moving forward is data-driven decision-making models, and we navigate this very cautiously. We make sure that we are slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race in this particular game. You have to make sure that your data is correct and your projections are correct as you move forward. So operational alignment, it has to align to our daily, day-to-day operations. We need to cover what our cash flow needs are to pay our bills. We need to also consider maintaining the educational program integrity and balancing the fiscal discipline with the needs of the students. So as you heard throughout many of the presentations, our goal is to preserve as much as the core instructional program as possible. This is just an interesting talking point because in many fiscal conversations, people usually ask, well, how much of our budget is mandated and how much is actually discretionary on the part? So I actually took the district's ST3, which is the annual financial statement. We did an analysis of the codes, and it came up with about 82% of our expenditures are mandated for contractual, and only 18% are discretionary. And part of those discretionary expenses are expenses that go to support the quality of our programs. So when you really subtract them out, you're looking at a very small portion of the budget that you're working with to actually reduce costs. A lot of these things are out of our control. And why is this so important for the community to understand? Because maybe at the next meeting or the meeting after, I'm going to start talking about what a contingent budget looks like. Because a contingent budget is a budget that's basically a bare bones budget, that if the current budget goes down and the district has to go back to the existing tax levy of the current year, it will mean significant cuts. And I don't want anybody to think that this is a fear-mongering approach. The reality is, to frame this very simply, we have a significant problem. You have a program with program costs that are here. We do not have the monies and the revenues to pay for that program. So we have to work together to bring those two worlds together, both the expenditure and the revenue side. So we will get into that later on. So when you look at what's discretionary and what's mandatory, it's not significant of the categories here, but when you look at that our instructional and our special ed make up 46% of our overall budget, and our employee benefits 20%, you can see that where those mandated costs come into play. And when you're looking to make reductions, look at this smaller percentage that you really have available to you when you're trying to make these decisions. So these are some of the mandated or the largest share. You're talking about non-contractual salaries, contract obligations, health insurance and fringe benefits, your pension contributions costs, your debt service, your BOCES obligations, your special ed obligations, in most cases are definitely mandatory. Transportation, to some extent of the law, where you only have to provide the basic transportation, you don't have to provide all the other ancillary pieces to it, the utilities and the facilities baseline operations. So when you look at this particular 82% of the budget, so if our budget is $147 million, you're talking about over $120 million of those current expenditures that are really mandated in nature. So that's what makes this process so much more difficult. And where you have the flexibility is in some of your staffing that's above your minimum program requirements, the electives, as we were talking about this evening with student choice, our clubs, athletics, and enhancements, our administrative structure beyond the minimums and supplies, and certain transportation pieces. We talked about the field trips, and we talked about other things like that, non-mandated professional development, and some technology upgrades. So again, this is a very small percent of a discretionary budget when we're looking to reduce costs. So we are on a very comprehensive and deliberate path to fix this. I believe we're on the right track. And the one piece that I really want to leave everyone with is that bottom piece, that the difficult decisions are necessary to restore this fiscal stability. And the one other thing that I have learned over my career is that the finances really become the educational foundation for your programs. Without a solid financial foundation, it's very difficult to maintain and sustain your instructional programs. So we strive for this, we work for this, and I'm sure together we can get to that goal. That's all I have. Any questions from the board?
I have one to start. In your slide on legislative request, extending the borrowing period through June 30, 2027, does that mean that would be the period that we would be authorizing to draw down on borrowed money? And it does not mean the period of time within which we have to pay it back?
That is correct. The borrowing period, the first resolution, as the board may recall, bond council had put a date in there of June 30th of 26. When we looked at and we're managing the deficit in both fiscal years, it makes sense, what we talked about, that we don't want to go out and have to borrow the $12 million if we don't need to. Let's say we only need $8 million for the 25-26 year. Let's go out and borrow 80. We don't want to borrow 12, because the minute you borrow the 12, the clock starts ticking on the interest payments, okay? And our goal, usually those type of deficit notes, you have the ability to normally pay back over a period of 10 years. That is not the approach that we were taking in this plan. We want to keep that borrowing period as small as possible. We want to keep that payback period, let's say, within 5 years. And why is that? Because when you have that debt service and you have to pay back in subsequent years, let's say we put $2 million a year in the budget to pay back that debt. That $2 million takes up what we call instructional capacity from a financial perspective. It means that we can't use that debt service to exclude it from the cap, so it helps us and has no benefit to us. And because it's in there, that's $2 million less that we can use on our instructional program. So the faster that we strategically pay that off would be in the best interest of the district. But nonetheless, you still have the flexibility to do it in a reasonable amount of time while preserving as many of the instructional programs as possible. Apologize for the long answer.
No, but thank you very much. Do I have any questions from board members on my left? No? Questions from board members on my right? Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
That wasn't on my. Supposed to press the mic.
We're at item I2, which is the board meeting schedule for 2026, 2027.
The board meeting schedule for the year beginning July 1, 2026 through June 30 of 2027. You're presenting that for...
Yeah, this was presented to the board. I don't know if there's any questions or any action that needs to be taken.
I wonder if we would want to consider having a conversation about the reorganization meeting. The last couple of years, there's been a lot of personal conflicts, and it's only a few days before the holiday. So I don't know if we can afford to wait because it comes at a really weird time. But next year, the meeting will be in that first. So it's just something, it doesn't really impact me, but it's just something that, at least it doesn't right now, but it's something to consider.
Thank you for your input.
All right, so with regard to this, are you presenting this to us and asking for our approval?
Yeah, I'm asking for the approval. The board wishes to deliberate more on it. We certainly table it. We'll to consider other dates for the organizational meeting on the 21st.
Maybe I misunderstood Trustee Puccini. Are you saying that the first is we should not have the organizational meeting?
The organizational meeting is Wednesday, July 1st,
right.
A couple days before the holiday. The last couple of years, we've moved the meeting around to accommodate some vacations because it's the holiday. So it's just a recommendation if anybody has a conflict or something like that.
All right.
That's all.
Well, let me speak to that because I'm thinking back a number of years, and depending on how the dates fall, it would have put us very late into July, and that would have left no board, no functioning board.
Well, that's not true. You're a board member July 1st. And all I'm saying, it's going to be that way next year. I don't have an impact. I'm just saying it's been a hassle the last couple of years, so it's just something to consider. If nobody else has an issue with it, that's fine. It's just a recommendation.
If no one has an issue with July 1st to start to have a meeting for reorganization, do you want a motion to approve it?
Yes, it's on the wish of the trustees.
All right, is there a motion to approve the board meeting schedule for July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027? A motion by Trustee DeLillo, a second by Trustee Roth. Trustee Roth, all in favor? I see, it's unanimously approved.
We have the treasurer's report for the board review.
So, this is, you're asking that we acknowledge receipt and review of it, but I think we were going to have Mr. Belmonte comment about it. trustees report? I mean, the treasurer's report. In case anybody has questions about the trustees report, I was hoping you could answer them. So, we have I'm going to take the motion. Resolves that we acknowledge receipt and review of the treasurer's report of February 2026. If I get the motion and second, we will then have an opportunity for questions. Okay, motion by trustee Belisari, second by trustee Felice. Questions or discussion?
I'll start the question if Chris wants to. I reviewed the reports. They seem in order. My one question would be, we have $10 million left through the end of the year. Are we going to get there?
No.
Okay.
Not without some.
How are we going to get there?
Well, we're hoping that the borrowing that we anticipated is going to come through. That is going to be dependent upon the state. If that does not come through, we'll have a plan B, and that plan B may be consideration of what's called a revenue anticipation note, but something to get us through the end of the year. The problem with the revenue anticipation note, it doesn't necessarily close the deficit gap. So we really need the type of funding or financing that's going to be able to help us close the deficit gap at the end of the school year.
And my next question is, because we have a budget transfer at the end of the agenda of nearly $500,000.
That is correct.
In the salary lines.
That is correct.
So the salary lines weren't adequately funded.
That is correct.
How did that happen?
I guess when the budget was created, individuals not being charged in the proper codes. One of the things, as we mentioned with the board, one of the internal controls that we do throughout the day, the week, as it goes on, is that after every payroll, we identify what those negative codes are, and we look to cover them. So right now, to make that magnitude of a budget transfer, we're essentially shaking the trees, if you will, to cover those negatives. I could say that based on just the expenditure side of the budget, my projection is that we're probably around $3 million short on the expenditure side. So the $8.1 million that I talked about, it's about $3 million on the expenditure side, and on the revenue side, we're looking at just over $5 million.
So then are we going to find ourselves again having overspent the voter-approved budget?
Not if we were able to attain the special act legislation and deficit financing. The deficit financing provides what's referred to as other source financing, which allows you to not necessarily recognize that as revenue, but close that budget gap, if you will, so you're not in a position that you have overspent the voter-approved budget.
Thank you, Mr. Belmonte.
And just to clarify, the transfers that are shown here are from one budget code to another. It is not taking money from reserves in any way.
That is correct. All internal.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor of acknowledging receipt and review of the treasurer's report of February 2026? Yes, it's unanimously acknowledged and reviewed.
All right, next in F items of discussion, we have policy 1500, public use of facilities. This is the second reading. We have looked at it through our policy subcommittee. We're still sort of finalizing the regulations that go attached to this policy, but this is up for the second reading and a vote.
Is there a motion to approve item F4? Trustee DeLillo, second by, was that Trustee
What's in
Calderon?
policy?
Questions? All in favor? Unanimously approved.
The next policy is 3420, the non-discrimination anti-harassment in the school district. This is the second reading. The only change in that policy is that the compliance officer was named as an individual. It should be named by title.
Is there a motion to approve item F5? Trustee DeLillo, second. Trustee Calderon. All in favor? Yes, it's unanimously approved.
So we're going to move on to the board consent agenda curriculum. The administration recommends approval of items located in items G1 and G2.
Is there a motion to approve items G1 and G2? Trustee DeLillo, second by Trustee Calderon. All in favor? I think it was unanimously approved.
Next is personnel agenda items. The administration recommends approval of personnel agenda items located in items H1 through H3.
Is there a motion to approve item H1 through H3? Is that Trustee Ross, second by Trustee Felice? All in favor? Unanimously approved.
All right, finally, there are business items. The administration recommends approval of business items reflected in schedules I1 through I12.
Is there a motion to approve items I1 through I12? Okay, Trustee Ross and second by Trustee Felicetta. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? It's unanimously approved. Now, we have public commentary again. We're going to call up people who submitted cards. Another one. We have three minutes per person. No reference to individuals. And thank you for staying with the issues. And we will start with Victoria Hamill.
Can you hear me? Yes. All right. Hi, my name is Victoria. I have a student at Belport Middle School, 7th grade. I also have a sophomore at St. John the Baptist. First, I'm appalled by the decision to cut services for our students across the board. Your decision to cut the front line, which is the teachers, is unacceptable. Also, can you please explain how $900,000 is going out to bus 120 students? Have there been alternates that have been looked into? Not to mention that some of the students that are at these private schools are on scholarships for these schools. So you guys don't pay for any of their education, and now you're not even going to help them with their busing. Are you ready to add another 120 students to the Belport School District that you said you can't even educate them now with the amount of staff cuts that you have? We pay our taxes without a choice, and now you have no choice but to fix the mistakes that you're taking in with our children. You have an obligation to all of our students in our districts to fix your mistakes, and I think this means reevaluating the top-heavy salaries and getting back to your basics of why people enter jobs in education. It should be for the kids, and it appears that there's been lost in your actions and your lack of care.
speaker, I'm going to call 3 names, and if you could come up and kind of line up so we can. Okay. We have Dr. Kucherenko. The second and third name, Victoria Crabtree and Mary Pettit.
You not know her name, she's been here 28 years.
Good evening, members of the board, administration, and members of the community, and of course my beloved students who are still here. You're very brave. I will not blame you if tomorrow you will be late to class, okay? Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Kucherenko, and students call me Dr. K. And for the past 17 years, I have had the privilege of teaching French at Belfort High School. During that time, I have taught French levels 2, 3, 4, and AP. I have advised the French Club and French Honor Society, and more recently, I have served as an advisor for the Seal of Literacy program. But more importantly, for 17 years, I have had the honor of watching Belfort students discover a big, wide world around them. The French program in this district is not new. It is part of the fabric of our community. The very first log yearbook sitting in our library shows that French program was taught here 90 years ago. Let me repeat that number, 90 years ago. That is more than anyone in this room was alive 90 years ago. It dates back to 1936. Some of those students who graduated nearly 50 years ago could very well be the grandparents of 9th graders sitting in my classroom today. For decades, this program has connected generations of Belfort students to language, culture, and opportunities. In my classroom, I have watched students who were initially shy stand up and recite poetry in French in front of an audience. I have watched them win county competitions in French. I have watched them travel abroad for the first time in their lives. I have watched them walk across the graduation stage with a seal of biliteracy, proud of the skills they earned. Over the past 17 years of my employment here, hundreds of students have completed the French program. They have achieved 100% passing rate on rigid exams, flex exams, with averages well above 90%. Many of them have gone on to top universities. Some have even returned to the classroom themselves as language educators. But the most meaningful moments are not statistics. They are the moments when students realize they can speak to someone from another country, when they begin to understand another culture, when they see that the world is larger than the place they grew up in. I'm sorry, I'm going to be over my time, but I have to say it.
Go.
And that is what language education is about. And that is why the recent decision to phase out French in this district is so deeply concerning and painful. Last September, French was removed from the middle school language options. Families were told that there was no interest and no enrollment in French. But when our teachers surveyed 6th grade students independently, more than 30 students selected French as their first choice language for the upcoming school year. The interest is there. What is missing is the opportunity. My colleagues and I proposed several solutions that would allow the district to maintain the French program without hiring a teacher in the middle school. Options that would cost the district nothing but would allow students to continue accessing this language and culture. Unfortunately, we never received a response.
Whoa!
Over the past decade, our world language offerings have already shrunk. We once had a thriving Latin program in this school. It is gone. Now French is being eliminated, and many fear that Italian language may follow. If that happens, Bellport will become a district offering only one world language, Spanish. In a time when we speak so often about preparing our students to the global citizenship, I ask you, is narrowing their opportunities truly the direction we want to go with? Language programs are not simply electives. They are bridges between cultures, between communities, and between generations of students.
Your microphone died?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was saying that language is a bridge between cultures and opportunities. You know, I grew up in another country. I was born in Russia. I grew up in Russia. I got my education in Russia. I learned how to speak different languages when I was in Russia. We were given that opportunity in former Soviet Union. Why we cannot give opportunity here in America?
Thank you.
I speak 4 different languages. I speak Russian, French, English, and German.
Let
Keep
her
talking.
talk. Let her talk.
It's 3 minutes, so is that going to
Keep talking.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm sorry. Okay. Tonight, I'm asking the board to reconsider this decision to eliminate French program. Not for me, for the students who deserve the same opportunities that generations of Bellport students had before them. It is not too late to preserve this program, and with it, a piece of district's educational legacy and history. Thank you very much.
Mary Pettit. All right, the next 3, Diana Santos, Nadine Meyer, and Michael Felicetta.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Mary Pettit, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Frank P. Long and a 28-year veteran of the South Country School District. Tonight, I want to take you back in time a little bit, so buckle up. We're going back to 1998. That is the year I was hired. I was part of a very large group of new teachers during a time when this district was flourishing. At my final interview, I was asked a question that I'll never forget. Why do you want this job? My answer was very simple. How lucky am I to graduate with a degree that allows me to do something that I love to do and get paid? That summer, 2 buses full of new teachers toured this district, and I remember thinking, this is the place where people are proud. They were proud of their diversity, their programs, their schools, their students, and their teachers. Morale was high. Teachers had autonomy. We felt trusted, appreciated, and supported. Teaching wasn't just my job, it's who I was. When people ask me, how are your kids? I still ask, do you mean my students or my own children? Because to me, there really has never been a difference. And I know I'm not alone in that, because the teachers in this district have loved and cared for generations of South Country's children as if they were their own. But today, that sense of stability and trust has been shaken to the core. Mr. Santana, in your October 24th Friday message, referencing the use of $16.2 million in reserve funds, you stated, and I quote, Think of it like a family dipping into savings to pay for a big purchase while keeping day-to-day spending manageable, end quote. Respectfully, that analogy doesn't begin to reflect what many of us are experiencing. Because when families dip into savings, they do so with a clear understanding of what must be protected first. And $16.2 million is not a small dip. It represents decisions with real and lasting consequences. Those consequences are not abstract. They are being felt in classrooms, in careers that were cut short, and by educators, some with decades of service now facing an uncertain future. And so I ask you, what are you choosing to protect, and at what cost? Board of Education trustees, I know your service is voluntary and it's often thankless. Teachers are no strangers to that reality either. Walk into any school in August and I promise you, you will see educators volunteering days, sometimes weeks, of their own time to build classrooms their students love. Classrooms funded largely out of their own pockets. We attend events, we plan, we grade, we support families beyond the school day, often at the expense of our own. Others, like myself, have spent years pursuing higher level degrees like a doctorate and national board certification, accolades, I might add, that are held by as many teachers in this district as there are administrators. People always ask, why would you pursue these degrees when they're hardly compensated or not compensated at all? And I'm almost done. My answer is very simple. I still believe in this profession. But if your message to the community is that this district has to do what it can with what it has, then it's time for teachers to do the same. Not because we care less, but because we have been caring so much for so long that we have been quietly sustaining a system that should never have depended on our personal sacrifices to function. Our time matters, our health matters, and our families matter. And our students deserve a system that is strong because of its leadership and its vision, not because teachers are holding it together by finding solutions to problems we didn't create. So I will close with this. All of you, anyone in this room, please remember the South Country that I described at the beginning. It was a place where teachers felt supported, where careers were built, and where teachers were the foundation of strong schools. Because when we lose teachers, we don't lose positions on a budget line. We lose pieces of the heart and soul of this school district. And if you truly want to protect South Country, then you must start by protecting the people who make it what it is. Because without us, it's not. Yes. It's a system, it's not a community.
Nadine Meyer.
Very disrespectful.
Nadine Meyer, president of the BTAA union. I stand before you tonight, not as a union president, but as a voice for the educators, staff, and students who are deeply affected by the decisions made. The decision made to let 30 to 40 dedicated teachers while simultaneously shifting countless others into new and unfamiliar roles is nothing but appalling. We are not just numbers. We are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. We are professionals who have committed our lives to this district, to our students, and our community. The impact of the decision reaches far beyond those who have lost position. It disrupts stability, erodes trust, and creates uncertainty and fear. Our students thrive on consistency, relationships, and trust. By dismantling those connections, we are compromising the very foundation of their education. For the educators and BTAA who remain but involuntarily reassigned, is not a small adjustment, it's a complete upheaval. It disregards our ability to best serve students. Morale is at an all-time low. We understand the difficult decisions, but the way it's being handled lacks transparency, collaboration, and respect. If you had considered the human aspect of the choices, perhaps the outcome would have been different. As a union, we are calling on the board to take responsibility for the consequences of not having stayed within the budget. We consider the scope of these cuts work with us, not against us, to find a better solution. Our educators and BTAA deserve better, and this community deserves better.
Good evening. My name is Michael Polisetta, also known as Dad to the two amazing children who started our night. In the summer of 1992, I received a letter in the mail from Kramer Street Elementary School that changed my life. That day I learned that I was going to have Mr. Skip Monastery as my first grade teacher. His reputation was well known as a young, energetic, inspirational teacher who didn't always teach the conventional way. As the years went on, I quickly understood why he had built that reputation. It made learning fun. I was constantly engaged, and I knew I could jack up as a special teacher. It didn't occur to me until I was an adult that I didn't see him the following year when I returned for second grade. That always stuck with me, so recently I found Mr. Monastery on social media, and we reconnected. He shared with me that he had been ex-test that year. Fortunately, he went on to get a job in Southhold, where he became the fixture of the community and was named Teacher of the Year in 2014. Why is this story important? Because this year, we are once again letting go many Teacher of the Years. There is no doubt that many of them will be picked up quickly, and students in neighboring districts will benefit from our central administration's decisions. Our children matter. They deserve teachers like Mr. Conan, Ms. Kearney, Ms. Arthur, just to name a few. Don't let our Teachers of the Year become somebody else's prize. In 2019, the Red Sox traded their Teacher of the Year, Babe Ruth, to New York Yankees due to financial reasons. You know how that worked out for them. What we don't know is the fallout of the trade. The owner of the Red Sox sold the team, and many of the players left for other teams. Moral of the story, let's not be the Red Sox. My next statement goes out to Mr. Belmonte. I applaud you for taking on this challenge. Very few Coast Guards rush the Titanic, and that's exactly what we're asking you to do. But I'm hoping that we can learn from the Titanic too. Instead of getting rid of all the first-class folks first on the raft, let's see if we can find a way to prioritize our kids and our teachers. You have inherited an impossible task, and I can't imagine how difficult this is to right this ship. My hope and desire is that we are looking for every option possible, considering administration positions and considerations going back to department chairs as opposed to what we have right now. I know that was something in the past, and it's an option for us to look into. Even if only a handful of teachers, every teacher saved is one more opportunity for our babies at home to make lifelong connections the same way I did. Thank you for your time.
Next three speakers, Victoria Wright, Teresa Palermo, and Cheryl Mood.
All disenfranchised.
The next three,
Palermo.
this is Palermo. We'll follow Ms. Palermo with Sonia Royce and Carrie Kearney.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak about the inclusion program at the high school. A program that has long been a model for other districts. This year, a decision was made that will directly affect our 12th grade inclusion students. 2 essential inclusion classes, active citizenships and English, have been eliminated. These are non-electives. They are required for graduation by the state. As a result, special education students will now be placed into general education classrooms without the support they have relied on. Both the students and the general education teachers will be left to navigate this transition largely on their own. Without proper support, we risk students disengaging, falling behind, and potentially not graduating next year. And let's be clear, This places a tremendous burden on a general education teacher. They must meet diverse needs, provide modifications, and manage large class sizes without the support of the co-teacher. That is not a solution. What's especially concerning is that the decision was made without consulting the inclusion teams. They were not given a voice to discuss their students and their abilities, because they have the students right now in 11th grade, and then they will get them again in 12th grade. So basically, you pull the rug out of those students. Excuse me. So I wonder why, and I want to ask this question, why weren't those teachers part of the decision making?
Yes.
Because they know the students, they work with them day in and out. Mrs. Sampanic, you do not. Nor does the administration special ed. Parents were also not informed in advance of these changes. They learned about these changes for the first time at a CSE meeting. At that point, they were given limited options. Placement in a general education classroom without support, or placement in a general education class with a resource room period, which cannot replace full inclusion support. Secondary special education programs, like inclusion, are not optional. They are essential. They allow students not just to attend school, but to access their education, build independence, and graduate. And these programs strengthen the entire district. They support teachers and reflect a community that values every learner. I understand that budget constraints require difficult decisions, but the cost of cutting these programs goes far beyond short-term savings. It is measured in lost potential and missed opportunities for the students who rely on us the most. I respectfully urge you to protect and preserve these programs so all students have the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed.
Thank you.
I chose to speak about this because my granddaughter graduated. She was an inclusion student since 3rd grade. She is a success story that came out of that inclusion program. She's in her first year of college. She would never graduate last year without the inclusion 12th grade classes. I called her out for the past couple of weeks. I text people who are in the education system of special ed. The first comment was, never touch special education programs to pass your budget or to secure your budget. The second thing that we said was, that we talked about, was that they all have 12th grade English inclusion, 12th grade social studies, the English and government program, because it's needed to graduate. And Mr. Santana, your previous school district, Tree Village, has that program.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
The
you.
other thing that I'm concerned about right now is the parents were supposed to be notified by mail, prior written notice that this program was changed, and it wasn't done.
Sonia Rose.
Hi, I'm Sonia Rose. I'm a 46-year
4th-year resident of Belfort. My concern is our primary, now that I find out the 4th grade library program will continue, but our primary program is not. I am a 40-plus year school librarian, retired, and public librarian. I feel each school has a library, but without a librarian, it's just a room with books. Yes. With a librarian, our school libraries are the hub of the building. And the librarian, I feel, has the biggest bang for your buck, because we do 2 jobs. We teach, they're all certified teachers that teach New York State standards in library science, and we also run a business. The school libraries are a line item budget on the school budget, so everybody can see what the cost of to run the district libraries. I'm retired from East Quad School. 15 years ago, I was that librarian laid off, and that position was never replaced until this year. So East Quad did without a school library media specialist for 14 years, and with that, when I say we run the business, we select the books according to the school board policy. We have to research age-appropriate books, curriculum supported, because the school library is different than the public library. The school library supports a curriculum. The public library has a larger community to service. But with my primary, my little ones, my background is preschool education. So the brain development of your children and the language development is so important in the elementary schools, with primary grades especially. So now who is going to spend that $6.25 that we get for every child as a library aide? Who's going to spend the budget? Our classroom teachers now are getting more students and more to do. And this librarian is a specialist, and they can get the just right book in that child's hand for your emergent readers. They learn mechanics in the classroom, but we know our collection. We purchase the books to support the curriculum of that building. So now if you're taking an elementary librarian and putting them in the high school, which I think is happening this year, that librarian has to learn that collection. And digital services is a whole other area that the classroom teacher might not know, but we're specialists in taught and experienced in those materials that the district pays for. So these are collections that have been purchased and built upon, and now they're just going to just sit there and get old very fast. So please reconsider and think of the future of our young minds as they go on to their education.
Thank you. The next up will be Tanya Haynes, Maya Schindler, and Corinne Figueroa.
I just want to start out by saying thank you to the students who spoke tonight. I might not have been your teacher, but I'm proud of you all. It takes a lot to help One of the students did speak tonight, and I will never forget that moment. It will resonate with me for the rest of my life. So I want you to know that as well, that the teachers that you have, it will resonate with them for the rest of their life as well. Anyway, my name is Harriet Kearney. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Brooklyn Elementary School. I work in the dual language program. For the past 10 years, this district has not just been my workplace. It has been my home. I was pulled in this past week to the access. That's the first thing I said when I walked out of that room was, I just lost my home. I say that very intentionally because this is a home I chose once and I chose again. 6 years ago, I was accessed from this district, and at that point, I had a decision to make. whether to move on or return and give it the opportunity I wanted. When the opportunity came, I chose to come back. I chose this community again because I believed in it. I believed in its students, its families, and its commitment to education. Since returning, I've poured myself into my classroom, my students, and specifically into our dual language program. I've built strong relationships with families, and many of you out there, and worked seriously for your children with I'm excited to learn 2 languages. So now to stand here 10 years into my career in this district, facing being access again, it's not just difficult, it is truly heartbreaking. What makes this even more painful is what we are seeing ripple through our community. Since the last Board of Education meeting, many of us have been approached by families who are confused, concerned, and beginning to question their future in this district. Parents are asking if they should stay. They are wondering what it means for their children, for the programs they trust, and for the stability that they have once believed in. This should all concern us, because when families begin to question whether to remain in it, it speaks to something deeper, the trust and stability that our schools are built on, and right now that foundation has been shaken. This is not just about me. This is about many dedicated educators, some with more years in this district than myself, who are being told that their time here is no longer needed. Before we make decisions that impact students so directly, we are asking that every other possible option be fully exhausted, because teachers are the glue that holds this district together. We are the relationships, the consistency, and the support systems that students and families rely on every single day. When you remove that, the impact will spot way beyond the classroom. We understand that difficult financial decisions need to be made, but we need to ask you to consider the full cost of these choices, not just financially, but in the loss of experience, trust, and community. I stand here tonight not just as someone being excess, but as someone who chose this district, believed in it, and still wants to believe in it. I kindly ask that you have conversations and listen to your teachers, your administrators, and your families, and carefully reconsider the path forward. We have some great ideas. Thank you.
Maya Haynes. Maya Schindler.
Good evening, it's late Saturday. I want to thank here, a lot left, but anyway, thank you. It's not being said enough. I'm here in solidarity with our teachers and, of course, our children. Mr. Santana, I remember meeting you at the high school, meeting where you were just hired. You told me, I work for you. I work for you. These words stuck with me. If you are here to work with the community, that part is more than a year, we've been asking as a group, as a community group that is very engaged. I think you know who we are. But for more than a year, since last March, when the first round of accessing teachers happened, for more than a year, we've been asking a real platform to engage with the administrating and about decisions that deeply affects our schools. Last year, when you were supposed to present the budget, the public meeting broke down. We didn't get to the budget presentation because we had so many questions and then discussion. Since that, there was no one public meeting. We are facing an emergency fiscal situation. And we see great teachers hanging by a thread every day. Decisions are being made in back rooms and behind closed doors, away from the eye, away from the public eye, and with zero transparency. And we keep asking. We're asking for information. We keep asking questions that are not being answered. And now you're telling us that there is forum to discuss the budget, but one of them is on Passover. It's on the school calendar. That's it. Crazy oversight. I'm sorry. Our district faces repeated scrutiny in pattern of poor communication and that is becoming your legacy and our legacy. Every board meeting, Ms. Hayes, you start the meeting with saying, this is a bully-free zone school, this is a safe space. Is it? Our teachers are not safe. They're being handed these letters almost every March now, and they have to look for alternatives. Your comments earlier, Mr. Santana, directing to that was pretty offensive, saying some will be accessed but will be called back. What is this? What are we doing? Would you work in a place like this? Would you send your kids to this district? I have 2 kids in this school district. They're doing great because of these teachers. We love these teachers. Most of my kids' teachers are on this list. And that is shameful. Please find another way. Please work with us. We have good ideas. I think we're pretty smart. So please, work with us. What else needs to happen? Thank you.
Mr. Belmonte at the last meeting tells us they're examining things that may be working and those things that are not working. And looking at this as an opportunity to make things better. Instead, you identified 43 dedicated teachers and positions. These folks are working so hard in our district and decided to fire them, cut their positions, making our district much worse. With these cuts, the number of, we had from the one budget advisory committee that we had before you guys canceled it without any notice and dismantled it. There was a chart of BTA membership, and after these cuts, BTA will be cut by 18% in 2 years. That's 1 in 5 teachers. This is, so beyond bad for our district. You say you're going to cut low-hanging fruit, and then we see that the bedrock of our school district is being decimated over the last 2 years. You say that you have controls in place so that the people making decisions have the right information to make sure that decision makers are not making decisions blindly. That's your quote. Meanwhile, after the last budget proposition, I asked the majority of the board if they could explain the math surrounding that, and they could not. So it's not true that they are informed when they are making decisions. All right? Mr. Belmonte, you told an auditorium full of community members and teachers, many of whom that they're losing their jobs, and said, if this proposition goes through, someone asked the question, are you able, you said that you're able to save in staffing and other instructional costs. So someone asked the question, are teachers saved if the proposition goes through? And you said the answer would be yes, because we need to be able to offset some of those reductions by this reduction. And then someone asked how many jobs would be saved. That was at 2 hours and 50 minutes into the meeting for those on YouTube. And you said anywhere between 7 and 9 teachers would be saved. And for the last 2 weeks, I've been asking the Board of Education, I've been asking you, but you said you don't open my emails. So I've been asking, please make it make sense. And I asked Superintendent Santana for the math, and the math you sent me is off by $500,000 a year. You should be ashamed of yourself. So I brought it up for you. And if you guys have a different way of thinking about this, I'm open to it. I have an eraser, I have a white. The proposed budget of this is off last board meeting's numbers. The proposed budget of $152 million required a tax levy of 6.51%, okay? The proposition lowers expenses $900,000, so the budget became $151.1 million, and the tax levy was now 5.25%. So the revenue we have, let's say scenario A is no, the proposition fails. we have a tax levy increase of 6.5%, and that goes to, we raised $76.15 million from taxes, okay? And there's no change in the transportation, and we get $510,000 of state aid because the transportation stays, all right? And because we have a 56.7% transportation aid ratio. Scenario B, we lower expenses by $900,000, but we also lower our tax levy by $900,000. So the expenses go down $900,000, the revenue goes down $900,000, but it doesn't go down $900,000 because we also get $510,000 of state aid associated with that busing. That is revenue, okay? So actually, the revenue goes down $1.4 million to save $900,000 in expenses. And it doesn't affect us next year because transportation aid is paid in the next year, okay? So next year we will get transportation aid for this year. But going forward, every year, we're gonna lose $500,000 in the district, okay? So over a 5-year period. So the question is, how can lowering revenue by $1.4 million to save a year, to save $900,000 in expenses a year, save 7 to 9 teachers' jobs? I've been asking ad nauseum. You're smiling. You know, I asked you before this meeting, Mr. Belmonte, and you told me, ask the controller. I mean, we are paying you hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of your probably hundreds of thousands of dollar pension, and you have the audacity to tell somebody who volunteered their time multiple nights, who's asking for a clarification, go ask the controller as you disbanded the Budget Advisory Committee. You know what? I asked the CPA that sits on the Budget Advisory Committee, can you look over these numbers? Am I hallucinating? He said, no, everything, this looks right. So, and then I asked the majority of the board, can you explain this? And they could not, okay? So I feel like you misled the board with your, the room full of people, many of whom are losing their job, to say that this proposition is gonna save 7 to 9 jobs. And I'm asking you tonight, make it make sense. I have an eraser, I have a dry erase board, let's do the math. Ms. Hayes, I've been asking you too, and you ignore it. Mr. Santana, you ignore it. Like, this is unacceptable. You talk about, Ms. Hayes, when you ran in 2022, I'm gonna pull up. Re-elect Ann Hayes, Board of Education. Student-centered decision maker. Fostering community. Standing firmly for fiscal accountability. And here I am, asking you a math question about a proposition that you passed 2 weeks ago, and there's still no answer. When you tried to do the math, you couldn't do it in front of the board. This is terrifying. If you can't do the job, you don't need to, okay? Thank you.
Dad O'Neill. J.A. Goldwise.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Thaddeus O'Neill. I graduated from this school in 1994. I wish Dr. Kay was here. I didn't have her, but I did go to St. Maxime. Do they still have that trip for the French students? For the French program that's being disbanded? Do you guys still go to St. Maxime? It's our sister city. It was the first time I left the country, so she's absolutely right with everything she said. It's a shame that we lost so many stakeholders. We had a full house, and we decided to, as Karen actually really aptly put it, disenfranchise 3/4 of the room.
Yes.
So, without any further ado, I have some questions. Not speeches, not accusations, questions. Because I believe that when you ask the right questions out loud in public, the answers or the silence tell you everything you need to know. So, Superintendent Santana, board members, I'm going to ask you some questions tonight. I'd like you to really think about your answers, because the students those that are left with us. We had quite a contingent of students. I think we have about half a dozen now. Thank you guys for staying. Because our students sitting in these seats, they're watching and they're learning right now what accountability it looks like in this community. So let's start simple. Superintendent Santana, you were appointed in May of 2022. By October of 2024, your finance committee had documented in writing that the district's health insurance reserves were being drained, that costs were exploding, that a budget crisis was building. So here's my first question. What did you do about it? Not in October 2025 when the crisis went public. Not in June 2025 when you started cutting teachers. In October 2024 when you first knew. Because the document trail says the answer is nothing visible, nothing documented, nothing that protected a single child in this district. To the board, you are elected by us to govern this district on behalf of our children. So let me ask you, when did you find out how bad this really was? Because here's what we know. Lenders, Wall Street bond buyers, were told about a $16.6 million deficit in September of 2025. Before you were told formally, before the public was told, my question is this: why did the people lending the district money know more about our crisis than the people elected to govern it?
Yes.
And if you didn't know, why didn't you know? Now let's talk about the cuts. To the students in this room, those that are left, thanks again, guys. I want you to hear this clearly, because this affects you directly, as you guys all so well stated tonight. Nothing any of us can say here that you guys didn't say so much better. So thank you. In June 2025, the district eliminated 53.5 jobs. And this June, another 55.5 are slated. 113 staff members eliminated in 13 months. Teachers, support staff, people who work with you every day. And do you know how much money that saved us in the most recent cut? $202,000 out of a $152 million budget. That is 0.1%. They cut 55 people and saved less than the cost of 2 teachers' salaries. So Superintendent Santana, here is my question. If you knew, the math was right there in your own budget documents, that cutting teachers saves almost nothing because of benefit costs, why did you cut the teachers first? Why not the contracts? Why not the consultants? Why not the energy performance deal your district just signed, locking us into 18 years of payments in the middle of a fiscal emergency? Who authorized that and why? Let me ask about transparency. There's a forensic audit commissioned by this very board to investigate what went wrong with our money. It was promised to the public in October of 2025. Board President Hayes said it would be available, quote, at the next board meeting. That was 5 months ago. To every student in this room, imagine turning in a paper 5 months late and telling your teacher it would be ready in the near future. So board members, where is the audit? What did it find? And if the findings are benign, if there's nothing serious in it, then why are we still waiting? Because here is what silence communicates to this community. That someone, somewhere, is afraid of what the document says. Prove us wrong. Release it. Give us your numbers. Tell us where we're wrong. To the students especially, I want you to understand the stakes. If nothing structurally changes in this district, if the health insurance costs keep growing at 13% every year, if the tax revenue keeps being drained by developer tax breaks that you and I have no vote on, here is what the math leads. By 2028, that's 2 years from now, this district will be running a deficit it cannot borrow its way out of. By 2030, the state may take over the district entirely. And the historical record on state takeovers, the last district in New York went into full receivership, spent $300 million over 11 years of state control. Student outcomes did not improve. So here is my question to every adult in this room, the board in particular. What exactly is your plan to make sure that doesn't happen here? Not a slideshow to make 3/4 of the room leave. Not a draft 2 budget with borrowed money papering over the gap. A real plan with real numbers that adds up. I'll close with this. Every young person in this room is going to graduate, or they're going to try to. They're going to need teachers who know them, counselors who have time for them, programs that challenge them, and right now the adults in charge of protecting that future have presided over the loss of $16 million in a single year. Cut over 100 staff positions in 2 years, and still cannot show this community a recovery plan that a high school math student couldn't poke holes in. So my final question, and I'd like the answer tonight on the record in front of these kids. Do you believe the children of this district deserve better than what they're getting right now? Because if the answer is yes, then act like it. Release the audit, file a recovery plan, tell the union the truth, tell us the truth, tell the students behind me who are watching every move you make. Don't waste their time. They've already lost enough of it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Goldwitz. I live here in Belfort. What we've heard tonight is that the district has a structural deficit. Every year, costs grow faster than revenues. Our health insurance, as Pat said, is growing at 13%. Our tax cap is growing at 2%. That's an 11% gap. It compounds every single year. The district's solution is to borrow $15 million. I understand why. But borrowing will not fix a structural problem. It defers it. There is a fiscal cliff. It arrives in 2 years. In that year, the bond payments start coming due of the $15 million bond of approximately $3.4 million on top of that structural deficit. There's no second ban available. The ban proceeds are gone. And that structural deficit, by your own estimate, is $12 to $15 million in that year. There is no plan for that year. The recovery plan supposedly covers 3 years on paper, but there are no financial tables for year 2. There are no financial tables for year 3. There are no revenue projections. There are no expenditure projections. There is no fund balance pathway. The December 2025 plan promised a comprehensive financial model by March 2026. It is March 25th, 2026. That model has not been delivered. The community deserves to know what they are voting on. Earlier tonight, you said, if we want our questions answered, we can ask them by email. I sent you an email today of 67 detailed questions, trying to understand what is actually happening with this plan next year, and the year after, and the year after that. I expect, and this community expects, answers to those questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Abena Asari.
Hello, hello, hello. It is almost midnight. 3/4 of the people here have left. So much truth has been shared, especially from our students and from the people that teach them. It's sad to say that most of the truth has been from this side of the room and not from this side. I have a question about judgment. Judgment. It is so strange to have this sense in which there is a gap between the board and the people. Aren't we all in this together? Why do you wait to allow people who have given up their time to come and share their stories about their love for the district and their ideas about what should be done? Why would you wait? Why would you make them wait? Why would you make them leave? This is a question about judgment. I harp on it because it is a lens into the broader issue. Do we put our students first and those who teach them? It was nice that you allowed them to speak first. There are also all of their teachers, their moms and dads who are here. You did not let them speak. We need a full-scale reassessment of how things work in this district. I want to make one thing clear for our young people that spoke. You all did it. You lit them up. And it has to be done because you see the way that they use order to try to keep everybody on a train which is about to crash over a cliff. We need disorder so that we can come up with creative ideas and work together. So it is almost midnight. What hasn't been said yet? Y'all have said it all. What hasn't been said? Step down Santana. Step down Santana. Step down Santana.
Yes.
It's time. There
Manager,
needs
look
to
up.
be a change. The fish rots from the head. It's time to make a change. You cannot ask people to pay 6.5% tax increase and say the same thing will occur. How do we know it will get any better? That's why it's time to say, step down Santana. Fix everything, but it will be a start. Because from that point, we can think about what does it mean to be what? Accountable. To whom? The students. Step down Santana.
That concludes the public commentary for this evening. We have closing. Do we have a card? We have a card.
What is it?
Going to closing
Listen to
remarks
you.
from the board. We have closing remarks from the board.
Oh.
Might be right.
My name is Victoria. I'm reading this on behalf of Keshvi Shah and Maya Dixon, who were valedictorian and salutatorian of the class of 2025. They're not here, unfortunately, because they're at college. Growing up in this district, we received an unimaginable amount of academic support and education from a wide range of staff members. So many memories have been made for these teachers, each of whom puts their all into their work. Not only are they amazing educators, but they are also dedicated, strong, and intelligent role models. Each bring a unique perspective. We can personally vouch that our teachers have pushed us to reach past the success we thought we were capable of. These people are among the most supportive and selfless that we met. The loss of teachers and major programs is a failure on the part of our district. For Keshvi, taking AP Physics was a unique experience, informative and unfathomable. Mr. Black was her biggest supporter throughout high school. Learning physics was difficult. The lack of familiarity made it nearly 10 times harder. Yet he never let her or the strong class of 12 give up, pushing the group forward each time they stumbled. Not only was he an amazing teacher, as a mentor he provided invaluable guidance, wrote numerous recommendation letters, started the district's science book team, and generally went above and beyond in his support. She truly would not be where she was today without him. For Maya, our French program brought her so much joy and ignited a new academic interest that she has continued to deeply pursue in college. As previous president of the French Club and the holder of the seal by literacy in French, it deeply saddens her that the district is considering getting rid of such a notable program in which Dr. K has truly poured her heart and soul into. Teachers such as Mr. Green and Dr. K, who run the Multicultural Club and French Club, are imperative to exposing students to a wider cultural lens and advocating for representation in a school with such a diverse student body. These programs have deeply shaped who she is today, and she could not imagine what her life would be like without them. As recent alumni, we're aware of the discrepancy between the rigor of the South Country School District and that of the top 20 colleges. Cutting these teachers is taking away fundamental support and opportunities for students in the district. We attended Rice University and Cornell University respectively. Coming into university, we felt completely unprepared for the academic rigor of our classes and the environment compared to our peers. We cannot imagine how other students from South Country will feel that they move forward with less resources and opportunities provided to them. Taking a wide range of advanced classes led us to find our passions in STEM and our future career paths. By cutting this many faculty positions and threatening the few AP classes and programs we have, the students of South Country are being put at a major disadvantage. These programs, such as French and physics, are held up at the high school level by only one teacher, one position each, whose passions are embedded into their students. Removing these programs will have debilitating effects on the students and the teachers who continue to go above and beyond what their job requires of them. For the sake of our district and the futures of our students, we must protect these teachers who serve as the foundational pillars of our students' education. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Trent.
Good evening, members of the board and Mr. Superintendent. I didn't plan on speaking tonight. I actually wanted to watch the meeting on YouTube, but I noticed that tonight we're talking about one of my favorite presentations on the budget, the staffing analysis. It's my favorite because it's the easiest to compare year to year, and what I mean is the enrollment and the staffing. But I'm here because when I went to review, I went to the prior year's agendas to look for the staffing analysis, to do the comparison, to see how administration is projecting its future enrollment, to see how we're trending with our enrollment, what our class sizes look like. But when I went to the website on Board Docs, those documents weren't there. Now I was confused and then became frustrated because when I was on the board, I had actually made sure that those documents were placed there. In fact, a couple months ago, I was looking into a similar issue and they were there. I printed them out when they were there. So I have them and I did a little bit of math before I came here. And I want to throw some numbers at you. What is 180? 180 is 180 students that administration did not plan on being in our Brookhaven, Grammar Street, and Brenda B. Quick's class school building. 180 students is a lot of classrooms, a lot of teachers, and when you plan for a decreased enrollment for the next year, you budget and you plan your staffing to suit that. But when I looked in the past years, your projections are off quite a bit. For instance, in Brookhaven, this year, last year when you gave this presentation, you projected this year, we would have 411 students in Brookhaven, but we had 531. That's 120 students unplanned for. How many class sizes is that? How many teachers is that? How much money is that? Building by building, literally it's right here. I'll go through it. We'll stick with Brookhaven. In 2024-2025, you projected 458 students. We had 512. That's under projecting by 54 students. The year before that in Brookhaven, you projected 473 students. It was 530. That's 57 students not accounted for. that means that you have to now rehire those excess teachers to account for these students that are, you didn't know you was gonna have. But this pattern repeats in every grade, every year. And I just have a question that no board member asks is, how do you plan your future enrollment? Because the strategy or the way you're doing it now is not working. My second question is, in the presentation, the budget presentation, on one of the pages, you are adding 4 directors. But we also have a curriculum superintendent. So when I was on the board, it was kind of either one or the other. You wouldn't have both. So can you explain the rationale for having more administrators and keeping the curriculum instructor, or curriculum superintendent? Because I think that's spending more money on administration than we should be. And I also wanted to know if they would be full-time positions or are they going to be TOSA positions. So those are my questions. I would just recommend that the school board look into what the actual enrollment is, because these numbers are really alarming. If you match them up year by year, sometimes the superintendent pulls the enrollment from the cohort prior, and sometimes he doesn't. Why he picks and chooses, I really don't know. But the numbers are here, and unfortunately, you can't go back and look because they're not on board docs anymore. Nope. So to me, it looks like a cover-up. I don't know what to do. We have more students this year than we had last year, according to your budget presentation. I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but you're putting them up here, and I have them. When you look at them year over year, they don't add up. The math is a math. So I just wanted to have an answer to that. How do you predict your future enrollment?
I have to respond to that question. So if you look at the kindergarten line, right now we don't have the full enrollment in kindergarten, but we don't reduce the sections. So for example, if you look at current Brookhaven, we have 135 kids in kindergarten in the current year. In next year's projection, we only show 65. Those are how many kids have registered. However, when you look at the number of sections, we still allocate 3 sections. We don't change the number of sections. So you're right, the full enrollment in Brookhaven is not there, and either the 3 K-3 buildings, because we don't have full enrollment for kindergarten, so we don't reduce the sections until the full enrollment is done. And typically we haven't reduced kindergarten sections. If you look at the average class size now, in the current year at Brookhaven, it's about 21 kids. Next year is projected at 11 kids per class, which is not an accurate number because we don't have the full enrollment in kindergarten. So it's not that the numbers are inaccurate. Kindergarten registration is an ongoing process. So we don't reduce those sections in anticipation of kids enrolling.
But Mr. Santana, they are inaccurate when you follow it cohort to cohort.
The cohorts for the other grades are accurate, except those numbers change because kids do move out of the district.
By 20, 30, 40?
Yes, it's totally possible, yes.
I think that the board should ask for some kind of audit of the enrollment.
Thank you. Any closing remarks? None here, Mayor? Closing? To the next meeting, and we'll have to double check on the date and minutes. Okay, we need a motion to adjourn. Trustee Calderon, all in favor, adjourn. Trustee Felice, are you agreeing to adjourn?